Chapter 3967. Thanks to Feng Qingyang's unreserved sharing, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the supreme powerhouse's attainment in the law of time. Although his comprehension of the law of time was not as fast as his comprehension of the supreme powerhouse's quintessence, it was not slow at all. If this continues, I'm afraid the law of time will become the second law of time I'm most proficient in after the law of space. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this and looked forward to it. The law of time was also known as the first of the four supreme laws because it could affect space to a certain extent, making it more mysterious than the other three supreme laws. Currently, Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space. Next was the law of life. Next was the law of time, which was improving rapidly. The reason why the law of life was so fast was because of the secret chamber. However, the law of life did not have an advantage over the other laws. The second reason was because he needed to sense the energy of life to refine divine pellets, which was of great help to his comprehension of the law of life. It could even be said that when he sensed the energy of life, he was comprehending the law of life. Moreover, there was a complete divine tree of life in his small world that could provide him with an endless supply of the law of life. Under such circumstances, he was constantly in contact with the energy of life. Even if he did not deliberately comprehend the law of life, his comprehension of the law of life would subtly improve. Now, Duan Lingtian felt that the law of time shared with him by his master, Feng Qingyang, would allow his comprehension of the law of time to surpass that of the law of life. It was obvious how much he had benefited from it. Now, I've comprehended a total of 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws and the 4 supreme laws, I've comprehended all of them. Among them, the law of space is the strongest, followed by the law of life and the law of time. As for the other 6 laws, they're about the same and can't be considered weak, but they can't be compared to the other 3 laws. My current focus should be on comprehending the law of space. As for the other laws, I'll comprehend them at most in my free time. However, based on the current situation, my law clone seems to be able to comprehend the law of time on its own. However, it seems that a law avatar can only comprehend one law. This is completely different from the main body. For example, the law of life clones can only comprehend the law of life. The avatars of the laws of space can only comprehend the laws of space. If it weren't for the fact that my temporal law clone went to look for my master and shared his insights with me, allowing my comprehension of temporal law to improve rapidly, I wouldn't have noticed this at all. A law avatar can actually comprehend the laws. Upon realizing this, even Duan Lingtian's main body could not help but wake up from his cultivation. He immediately sent a message to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did you know that non-native law clones can leave the main body and comprehend the corresponding laws independently? On the other side, Zhen Pingfan quickly responded, isn't this common sense? You don't know? Common sense? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that his great discovery was actually common knowledge that everyone knew? At the same time, Zhen Pingfan continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. This world is fair after all. The natives of the realms of gods possess the power of bloodline. Naturally, some of them can't activate the power of bloodline because they lack the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. There are strong and weak bloodlines as well. Those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse won't be able to activate the power of bloodline. However, they can still form law clones. Not only can a law clone be used to assist in battle, but it can also be used to comprehend the laws independently. In fact, those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse have an innate advantage over the natives of the realms of gods. Naturally, people like you can't compare to us in terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources. After all, most of us were born in the realms of gods. From the moment we were born, we've enjoyed cultivation resources that you can't even imagine. On the other hand, very few people like you are able to make it to the realms of gods. Even if you have great potential, very few of you are able to reach the pinnacle. Naturally, once you reach the pinnacle, you'll be at the pinnacle. For example, the stronger ones among the ultimate powerhouses are basically people like you. They don't have the bloodlines of other ultimate powerhouses in their bodies. It's also because of this that they have law avatars that can help them comprehend the corresponding law. Of course, it doesn't mean that people like us are weaker than all of you at the same cultivation base. There are many people with extremely powerful bloodlines. Some people's bloodlines can not only assist in battle, but they can also help improve their comprehension of the laws and speed up their cultivation. Zhen Pingfan explained a lot to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian learned a lot from him. In the end, Duan Lingtian's conclusion was similar to Zhen Pingfan's. The world was fair after all. In the end, people like them had an advantage over people like Zhen Pingfan. After all, those who could reach the realms of gods had more heaven-defying bloodlines than those like Zhen Pingfan. There's still more than 30 years until the 7 prefectures feast. I know you've been urging little Yang Yang to help you collect more divine space-piercing shuttles, and the Hidden Sword sect often sends you divine space-piercing shuttles. I believe you have your own thoughts and plans. However, if it affects your cultivation, I hope you can stop for the time being. Your top priority is to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. There's nothing more important before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. If you can't break through by then, the sect might not be able to make you cough up all the resources we've spent on you. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave Chunyang School in the future. If you were the sect leader of Chunyang School, I'm sure you know what you'd do if you were in his shoes. Zhen Pingfan's tone was solemn when he said the last sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he realized Zhen Pingfan had been paying attention to him. It was as though Zhen Pingfan was worried Duan Lingtian would take a wrong turn. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor, I'll definitely break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. When Zhen Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, if you can really break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years, you'll be able to make it before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It'll be held by the 5 top Celestial Emperors in Tunglung Province. At that time, you can go with Yun Peak to the Grand Banquet. Of course, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, Yun Peak won't give you a place. As he finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan's indifferent tone once again became serious. The Grand Banquet. Duan Lingtian sounded confused. Is the Grand Banquet a place where the 5 top forces trade with each other? It's not just about trading. Zhen Pingfan said, every Grand Banquet is held 10 days before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. This time, it'll be held in the 7 Kills Valley. The Grand Banquet is not only about trading, but also about learning from each other and gambling. Of course, it's mostly about learning from each other and gambling for the younger generation. In addition, there'll be an auction where the 5 top forces will gather all the rare treasures they've collected. Zhen Pingfan paused and said, in short, if you can go to the Grand Banquet, you'd better go. Maybe you'll get something unexpected. However, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, even if I'm willing to let you go, my father won't allow it. I can help to decide who will go to the Grand Banquet, but my father will have to look at it and confirm it a second time. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look forward to it when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm, he was more than 90% sure that he could break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. That was if there were no accidents during this period. Righteous Island was the place where the people of the righteous lineage cultivated. The righteous lineage was just a relatively ordinary lineage among the 19 lineages of the Chunyang school. There was only one immortal emperor realm expert in the lineage. Moreover, he was just a quiet void elder. Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous lineage, was only ranked in the upper middle among the group of quiet void elders in the Chunyang school. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't as strong as the strongest ones. However, when it came to stability, there were very few quiet void elders who could compare with him. Even when those void peer stage elders in the sect mentioned Lan Zhengming as a junior, there was no lack of praises in their words. They didn't praise him for his great talent and high comprehension ability. Instead, they praised him for his shrewdness and intelligence. Lan Zhengming actually came from a very ordinary background. The reason why he could get to where he was today was not only because of his own diligence and hard work, but also because he knew how to take advantage of others. He even relied on his intelligence many times to avoid calamities one after another. There was once when he brought his son and grandson along with him during a calamity. It was supposed to be a trap to kill him, but he still managed to escape. However, at that time, his son and grandson had both died. Among the 3 generations of the righteous lineage, only his great-grandson Lan Shalin was left. Recently, someone from the hidden sword lineage frequently went to the Cloud Peak to contact Duan Lingtian. It seems like they are delivering something to him. Lan Zhengming, who had just received the news, had a glint in his eyes. That Duan Lingtian hasn't gone out since he returned to the Cloud Peak Island from the Myriad Island. Why would he be related to the hidden sword lineage? Lan Zhengming didn't place anyone in the Cloud Peak. Firstly, it was unnecessary and meaningless. Secondly, once he placed someone in the Cloud Peak, it would destroy the relationship between the righteous lineage and the Cloud Peak. In comparison, he naturally knew how to make a choice. The reason why he knew this news was that he got it from the disciple who was in charge of patrolling around the Cloud Peak Island recently. Chapter 3968. Moreover, the people from the Hidden Sword progeny who went to Yun Peak to look for Duan Lingtian aren't ordinary people. Lan Zhengming could not figure it out. Even if the sect thought highly of a brat who had just entered the sect, it did not make sense for the Hidden Sword progeny to be so friendly with him, right? Could it be that Junior Uncle Yi from the Hidden Sword progeny thinks that if Duan Lingtian can enter the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he'll definitely get a spot? Is that why he asked his people to send some help to Duan Lingtian? When Lan Zhengming thought of this, he felt relieved. If that's the case, it makes sense. It seems like they think highly of Duan Lingtian. Lan Zhengming muttered to himself before he sent a message to Liu Hui, the righteous progeny's elder Ling Shu. Has the little fellow been behaving recently? At this moment, Lan Zhengming was worried that his great-grandson, Lan Shalin, would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian for no reason. Even if he did not look for Duan Lingtian directly, he was worried that Lan Shalin would look for trouble with the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect. Grandmaster, Shalin hasn't gone out during this period. Liu Hui replied through the voice transmission. Okay. Lan Zhengming sighed in relief when he heard that. Then, he added, if he goes out, you can't let him go alone. Also, if he wants to make a move on Duan Lingtian or the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect, you must stop him. If he doesn't listen, send me a message. I'll tell him personally. Lan Zhengming's tone became much more solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Before Liu Hui could reply, he added, right now, it's not only the sect that sees him as their hope, but the Hidden Sword progeny also sees him as their hope. Junior Uncle Yi must have instructed his people to send him a few resources. You should know what this means, Li Tianlan said. Before the 7 prefectures banquet begins, not only will the sect not allow anyone to go against him, but the Hidden Sword progeny will not allow it as well. The sect might care about my reputation, but the Hidden Sword lineage might not. You also know that person from the Hidden Sword faction. He wants to do things his own way. Of course, he has the qualifications to do so. After all, he is the most promising person in the sect to enter the Upper Divine Emperor realm, or even the Supreme God realm. Originally, Liu Hui was surprised by Lan Zhengming's words. He didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian of Yun Peak's lineage would make his grandmaster so apprehensive. Now, when he heard the last part of his grandmaster's words, his expression turned serious. At the same time, he vowed solemnly, don't worry, grandmaster. I definitely won't let Celine mess around. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Lan Zhengming said again before cutting off the communication with Liu Hui. Ping Sheng's branch was also one of the branches that had Void Pierce stage elders in Chunyang School. Although this branch had a mid-divine emperor like a Void Pierce stage elder, there was no other divine emperor under him. It was also the only branch that didn't have a quiet void elder among the 7 branches that had Void Pierce stage elders in Chunyang School. However, even though there was no lower divine emperor or quiet void elder in Ping Sheng's branch, there was a jade void elder. His strength was very close to the God Emperor realm, and he could become a lower divine emperor at any time. He was also recognized as the most promising person in Chunyang school to become a God Emperor. His name was Yuan Hanjin. He was the adopted son of the old ancestor of Pingsheng's branch, the void-pierce stage elder Yuan Pingsheng. Even though he was adopted, Yuan Pingsheng, who had never married or had children, treated him like his own son. He taught him everything without holding back anything. As for Yuan Hanjin, he also had a status that was only below one person and above thousands of people in Pingsheng's branch. "Master, are you looking for me?" In a courtyard in a quiet valley, a tall and handsome young man was standing in front of a pavilion. He respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting indifferently in the pavilion. The middle-aged man had a medium build. His appearance was ordinary and resolute. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was the first Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School and the son of the old ancestor of Pingsheng's branch, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin looked at the young man and asked indifferently, "You should have heard that Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, has joined the sect, right?" Hearing his master's question, the young man was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, Yuan Hanjin added, "I've only recently heard that Duan Lingtian has quite a bit of enmity with the Myriad Devil sect. Many of your elders even died because of him. Among them, there are two people you see as your own brothers, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun." Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at the young man and said, "Are you thinking about how to avenge them?" "I dare not." Hearing this, the young man's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed his head, but his body was trembling. "Even if you dare, you are no match for him," Yuan Hanjin said indifferently. The young man was the son of the Myriad Devil sect leader, Yang Qianye. When he heard his master's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes. Even if he wanted to take revenge for his former elders, for his childhood friend whom he viewed as his own brother, he didn't have the strength to do so even if he was given the chance. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew that he was far from being a match for him. "How's your cultivation recently?" Yuan Hanjin asked. "How far do you think you have traveled from the lower divine emperor to the middle divine emperor?" Yang Qianye replied quickly, "I am useless. I have only traveled less than 1/5 of the way." "Too slow." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. Yang Qianye was silent. "Originally, I didn't expect you to rank highly in the 7 prefectures banquet," Yuan Hanjin said slowly. "After all, your strength is still lacking. Among the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet, you can only rank at the bottom. After all, the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet are all at least divine emperors." Yang Qianye lowered his head even more when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. "I am useless. I have embarrassed you, master." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. "To be able to become my disciple, you naturally have your own strengths. Your strength has not caught up to mine because you have limited cultivation resources in the past. Didn't your strength increase by leaps and bounds when you entered the Chunyang school? As for that Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to compare yourself to him. Based on my understanding of him, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much in such a short time." Speaking of which, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qianye sharply. "Originally, I had the resources to help you become a medium divine emperor before the Feast of the 7 Mansions, and improve the Dharma principles you are good at. However, I wasn't confident you would be able to pass the test. Do you know, how did the senior brothers and senior sisters before you die?" Yang Qianye's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan Hanjin's first sentence. However, when he heard the second sentence, his brows furrowed slightly. Now, after hearing the last sentence, his expression changed instantly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, could it be that they died in the trial that master mentioned? Yang Qianye had always thought he was lucky. He entered the Chunyang school and became the disciple of Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder. Although Yuan Hanjin was not a quiet Void Elder, a divine emperor, he could become a quiet Void Elder at any time. After becoming his disciple, he also heard that there were actually not only 2 senior brothers before him, but also a few other senior brothers and senior sisters, but all of them died prematurely. All of them had died when they were lower divine emperors. As for the reason, there were many different opinions in Ping Sheng's lineage. However, no one had a definite answer. That's right. Yuan Hanjin nodded. At the same time, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. I discovered that place in the early years. At first, it was open to those below the middle divine emperor level. Later, the resources there were lost, and it could no longer withstand the power of those above the middle divine emperor level. Only lower divine emperors and those weaker could enter. The weaker the person, the more dangerous it is in there. Your senior brothers and senior sisters died in there one after another. One of them almost succeeded. However, he was just one step away from death. When Yuan Hanjin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret and pain could be seen in his eyes. After all, they were all his disciples. Was it worth it? Yang Chenye asked in a low voice. Even if there were great opportunities in such a dangerous place, was it worth risking one's life for? Was it worth it? Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Chenye with a deep gaze. Whether it was worth it or not depends on the person. Your senior brothers and senior sisters entered the place willingly. Even for you, I'm just mentioning it to you. I won't force you to enter. Although I hope that my disciples can become dragons and phoenixes, I don't want them to die. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. After a few experiments, I've discovered that if one doesn't have a strong will and isn't afraid of death, it's very difficult to come out alive. I only mentioned this to you because I found out about the hatred you might have for Duan Lingtian. If you don't hate the Duan Lingtian, I won't support you entering. It's too dangerous. However, if there's a seed of hatred, it might strengthen your will and give you a chance. Yuan Hanjin said. When Yang Chenye heard this, his eyes flashed a few times. Then, he asked in a low voice, Master, does that place only allow me to improve my cultivation and comprehension of the law? In his opinion, if that was the case, it was only a matter of time. He did not care if he became a medium divine emperor earlier or later. Even if he became a medium divine emperor, he might not be stronger than the Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension ability were obviously better than his. It would be difficult for him to catch up with the Duan Lingtian. If that's all, I wouldn't have let my disciples enter so many times. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, although your senior brothers and sisters died outside, they still sent me a message in time. According to 4 of the 6 of them, they discovered that their potential had increased. Their cultivation speed has increased, and their comprehension of the law has also increased. However, they didn't make it and died inside. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. Chapter 3969. Master, what kind of place is that? Although Yang Chenye's eyes lit up, his face was filled with confusion. He could not imagine such a place existed. It was fine if it could improve one's cultivation and laws. But it could also improve one's talent and comprehension. Do you find it unbelievable? Yuan Hanjin asked as he looked at Yang Chenye. Yes. Yang Chenye nodded. He did find it unbelievable that such a place existed in this world. Even a godly venerable expert might not have the means to create such a place, let alone an emperor god. No. In other words, even a godly venerate expert might not have the ability to create such a place, unless there was some kind of treasure that could provide certain conditions and the godly venerate expert used his own strength and methods to create such a place. At first, I found it unbelievable too. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, but in the end, your senior brothers and sisters died one after another. The experiments they did as pioneers told me, it's just that unbelievable. Over the years, I've been studying various ancient books. Not only did I study the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago, but I also studied the history of millions of years ago and even earlier. A few years ago, I came across an incomplete record in one of the ancient books. It was the thing in that record that made me think that the place I discovered might be that thing. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin's breathing became a little hurried. What thing? Yang Chenye asked. At the same time, his eyes lit up because he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Yuan Hanjin stared at Yang Chenye, then raised his hand and threw out a few formation plates. A few soundproof formations enveloped the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Chenya's face became more solemn. He knew that if it was not a secret, his master would not act like this. One had to know that this was Ping Sheng's lineage, the territory of his master's biological father. The disciples who cultivated here were all his master's martial brothers and their disciples' juniors. His master was being so careful in such a place. It showed how cautious he was. After carefully setting up a few soundproof formations, Yuan Hanjin said word by word, "The most powerful spiritual abode. The most powerful divine abode." Yang Chenya was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He knew about the supreme experts. He had heard of omnipotent god weapons before. He knew that they were high-grade god weapons that had been nurtured by omnipotent experts for many years. Moreover, it was said that only high-grade god weapons with weapon souls could be promoted to omnipotent god weapons. However, this was the first time he had heard of the divine abode of a supreme expert. However, since it was related to the word strongest, it seemed that the strongest divine dwellings were most likely related to the strongest. Master, could this omnipotent divine abode be related to the omnipotent? Yang Chenya took a deep breath and asked. If it was related to the strongest, then it would naturally not be an ordinary item. Even if it could increase a person's talent and comprehension, it would be normal. Utmost powerful beings were the strongest existences in this world. This was especially true for the supreme experts who controlled the realms of gods. Each realm of gods was just a minor world in their bodies. For this reason, the rules in the realms of gods were set by the supreme experts. Whether it was the heart demon blood oath or the natives of the realms of gods leaving their realms of gods, if their destination was a lower realm of gods, their strength would be suppressed. This was the rule set by the supreme experts. In response to Yang Chenya's question, Yuan Hanjin said unhurriedly, "It's related to the supreme experts." Moreover, the supreme experts have gathered all kinds of rare treasures and gathered many venerable grade divine weaponsmiths to forge something similar to a divine artifact. Naturally, the supreme experts do not possess offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing they possess is the ability to nurture the younger generation and improve their talent and comprehension. It can be said that they have the ability to defy the heavens and change their fate. Supreme-level divine dwellings are usually prepared by supreme-level experts for their juniors. Yuan Hanjin said. The moment Yuan Hanjin's voice fell, Yang Chenya's breathing quickened, but at the same time, he had an even bigger question. Master, if that's really the case, since the divine abode was prepared by the ultimate masters for their juniors, why would it still be dangerous? That's impossible. In Yang Chenya's opinion, if he was a supreme expert, the divine abode he prepared for his descendants would not be dangerous. However, his senior brothers and sisters had all died at the hands of that thing that seemed to be the most powerful divine dwellings. Upon hearing Yang Chenya's words, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Chenya with a hint of relief in his eyes. The fact that you're able to think of this in time shows that you're more rational than Leng Qing. The supreme divine abode is an item that can defy the heavens and change the fate of their descendants. Naturally, it's impossible for them to harm their descendants. However, there's a situation that's different. That is, after every omnipotent spiritual abode is formed, the omnipotent experts will place a restriction on it. Once he dies, the restrictions hidden in the divine abode will be activated. This is to prevent other ultimate experts from taking advantage of the situation and giving the divine abode he prepared for their descendants. Once a supreme expert dies, his descendants will not be able to escape death as well. There's no point in keeping the supreme divine abode. Therefore, when the supreme expert creates the supreme divine abode, they will leave something behind. That move also turned the most powerful divine dwellings into a hot potato. Of course, although the restriction in the supreme divine abode has been activated, and the energy and resources it contains are constantly declining. However, if it's someone with a strong will and can endure a certain amount of pain, they will be able to use the supreme divine abode as long as they can endure it. However, such people are few and far between. At the very least, it's unlikely that there's such an existence among the descendants of other supreme experts. Even if there is, the supreme expert won't let them take the risk. It's better to create a new supreme divine abode for them. Therefore, After a supreme expert kills another supreme expert and takes the supreme divine abode from him, they will abandon it as soon as they discover that there's a restriction in it. If I'm not wrong, the place I discovered back then might be the supreme divine abode that the supreme expert of the profound handle land that we're in now casually abandoned. The reason he threw such a supreme divine abode into the small world in his body, which is the profound handle land, is because he wants to give the people in his small world a good fortune. This good fortune may cause some people to die, but they are not his direct descendants, so he doesn't care. Yuan Hanjin said. The danger is great, but the opportunity is also great. It's a pity that your senior brothers and sisters didn't make it in the end. Yuan Hanjin sighed. A supreme divine abode is created by a supreme expert at a great cost. Its value is actually higher than that of a high-quality divine artifact with an artifact soul. Of course, the supreme divine abode that I discovered should belong to the kind that has been dilapidated for many years. Now, it can only accommodate existences below the level of a lower-level divine emperor. As far as I know, a supreme divine abode can normally accommodate existences below the level of a god emperor. From a higher-level divine emperor to an ordinary divine spirit, anyone can enter. Yuan Hanjin's words gave young Chenye a deeper understanding of the supreme divine abode. A supreme divine abode was very dangerous. However, if one could survive it, he could be reborn, and defy the heavens to change his fate. Now, I've told you everything that I should tell you. As for what you think, it's up to you. However, even if you don't plan to go in, I hope that you will keep your mouth shut and not leak this information. When Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, his gaze became sharper as he looked at young Chenye. Also, even if you want to go in and take the risk, you have to ask yourself, is your will strong enough? Are you really not afraid of death? Are you really forced into a desperate situation? After asking, Yuan Hanjin's tone became stern again. Young Chenye fell silent again when he heard this. Let's go back. Yuan Hanjin raised his hand and sighed. Actually, I don't want my disciples to go to that place anymore. That lousy place. After a few more years, perhaps even a lower divine emperor won't be able to enter. At that time, it will be completely destroyed. Although Yuan Hanjin was just mumbling the last two sentences, young Chenye heard it clearly. Master, I'll take my leave. Young Chenye took his leave, but he could not calm down for a long time. The supreme divine abode. It was a divine object that the supreme experts prepared for their juniors. It could defy the heavens and change their fate. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to go in. However, when he thought about the dangers hidden within and how his senior brothers and senior sisters whom he had never met had died in there, he shrank back in his heart. He wanted to avenge his 2 childhood friends and a few elders. That's right. However, he had not thought about risking his life for this. Even if I have to die together with the Du and Lingtian to avenge them, I don't think I'll be willing to do that, right? Young Chenye thought to himself as he left his master's place of cultivation. After young Chenye left, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hanjin's eyes. Perhaps. I can try again. One last time. Just one last time. Although this disciple's talent and comprehension are not as good as the others, his tenacity is far greater than theirs. However, the hatred in his heart is not strong enough. Chapter 3970. For Du and Lingtian, the Chunyang school was his blessed land. Ever since he came to the Chunyang school, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. This was partly due to his own efforts, and partly due to the Chunyang school. He was responsible for refining supreme divine elixirs. Some rare herbs that could not be obtained in the Tianlong clan could be obtained in the Chunyang school. This allowed him to refine even more precious divine elixirs. In addition, the Chunyang school provided him with a large number of practical resources, and Yunfeng spared no effort to help him. His cultivation had improved by a small margin almost every once in a while. Elder Zhen said that if I can become a middle-level divine emperor in 20 years, I can go with him to the trade fair held by the 5 top divine emperor forces in Tunglung province. Based on my current cultivation speed, I should be able to do so a few years earlier. Duan Lingtian cultivated in his own place. Occasionally, when he was done, he would walk out of his room and take a deep breath before continuing his cultivation. On top of that, if he felt that cultivating was too boring, he would refine some divine pellets and use the Supreme Master's Godhead, as well as the floating image pearls that the Pure Sun sect had lent him, which recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in space lore, to further his comprehension of space lore. His comprehension of the lore of space had improved rapidly. He believed that he had surpassed all the clear void elders in the Chunyang school and caught up with most of the spirit void elders in the Chunyang school. Of course, he was only catching up with the ordinary spirit void elders. Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu were the best of the Chunyang school's spirit void elders. Duan Lingtian knew that his current attainments in the lore of space were not as good as theirs. The Chunyang school's lore chamber was also open to Duan Lingtian, but it was no longer of much help to his lore. This was because the Chunyang school's lore chamber was on the same level as the Tianlong clan's lore chamber, except that the spiritual energy supplied to the lore chamber was more abundant. The Chunyang school was one of the top 5 God Emperor level powerhouses in the Tunglung province. The amount of God stones and God crystals it possessed was definitely not something a God Emperor level powerhouse like the Tianlong clan could compare to. Of course, the lore chamber was useless against Duan Lingtian's lore of space, but it was still useful against other laws. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that if he only went to the space lore chamber, even if he stayed inside until the 7 prefectures feast began, no one in the Chunyang school would say anything. However, if he stayed in the other lore chamber for too long, there would definitely be people who would object. After all, the Chunyang school was generous to him in the hopes that he would rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. The lore of space was helpful in increasing his strength, but it was obvious that other laws could not be improved to the point where they could help him rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast in such a short time. No one was a fool. It was also because of this that although Duan Lingtian had the privilege of entering the lore chamber granted to him by the Chunyang school, he did not squander it. If I let the rest of my lore doppelgangers go to the lore chamber to comprehend the lore of space now, there will definitely be many people who will object. However, once I rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast and let the rest of my lore doppelgangers go to the lore chamber to comprehend the lore of space, no one will dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian was now thinking the same thing. Although he was not afraid of gossip, he did not want Zhen Pingfan to be put in a difficult position. He hadn't spent much time with Zhen Yunfeng, but he was quite familiar with Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan. Not putting Zhen Yunfeng in a difficult position was the same as not putting Zhen Pingfan in a difficult position. Time flew by as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chunyang school was calm and peaceful. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate day after day. He rarely went out because he no longer needed to refine other supreme divine pills to aid his cultivation. The divine pills in his possession were enough for him to reach the intermediate divine emperor realm. All he lacked now was time. Ping Sheng's branch. It was also the branch of Yang Chenye, the son of the myriad demon sect master. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, dressed in an unremarkable blue robe. His features were ordinary and resolute, but his eyes were bright and piercing. "Greetings, martial uncle." When the middle-aged man appeared above Ping Sheng's branch, an old figure flashed out of the void and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. "Little Yunyan." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the old man. Then, he left under the old man's respectful gaze. The old man was the elder of Ping Sheng's branch who was in charge of patrolling this area. From the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was a generation younger than the middle-aged man. In terms of appearance, he was good enough to be the middle-aged man's father. Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the sect was somber. Duan Lingtian's departure did not have much impact on the Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors. Of course, as a genius from the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's departure to Chunyang school had caused quite a stir in the Tianlong clan. After all, he was personally invited to go to Chunyang school by an emperor god expert from Chunyang school. In the history of the Tianlong clan, there had never been such a person. Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had been with Ping Sheng's branch in Chunyang School not long ago, appeared near the Tianlong clan at this moment, looking in the direction of the Tianlong clan from afar. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. In the next instant, he had already left the Tianlong clan, and no one in the Tianlong clan noticed his appearance. From the middle-aged man's following itinerary, he did not intend to go to the Tianlong clan. He was just passing by, from Chunyang School to the Million Demon sect, a God-Emperor-level sect under the Tianlong clan. He had to pass by the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! A divine artifact spaceship was moving at a moderate speed toward the Million Demon sect. The departure point was near the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had previously stayed near the Tianlong temple for a while, was now sitting cross-legged in the spaceship. In front of him, floating image pearls were suspended in the air. There were more than 20 of them. As he used a part of his divine sense to merge with these 20 floating image pearls, more than 20 floating image mirror images appeared at the right time, scattered in the void of the cabin of the divine artifact spaceship. However, these 20-plus images all had one thing in common, and that was that among the 2 or more people fighting, one of them was the same person. These were the floating image mirror images of one person fighting. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the same person in these floating image mirror images at a glance. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. It was none other than the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. He was a high-level divine emperor whose strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. He was also the youngest person in the Tianlong clan. Even if there was no emperor battle, he still had a chance to step into the divine emperor realm in the future. In the floating image mirror images, it could be seen that Long Qingchong was proficient in the law of metal. When he attacked, golden light bloomed, and the sky was filled with dazzling fist shadows. It's still a little difficult for me to imitate his techniques. After all, I'm not proficient in the law of metal. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, and his eyebrows knitted together. After a while, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly flashed. I almost forgot. The clan leader of the Million Demon sect, Lan Qing, is only a low-level divine emperor. I'm not proficient in the law of metal, but it's very difficult to distinguish the level of divine power recorded in the floating image mirror images. I just need to keep the flaws on the surface. That's simple. 3 days later, the Million Demon sect had an uninvited guest. An uninvited guest who had silently entered the Million Demon sect's encampment. Moreover, he had appeared directly in the cultivation grounds of the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, Lan Qing, and had alarmed the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil sect. Lan Qing had been forcefully killed in front of a group of people. From the beginning to the end, no one had time to use their divine senses to investigate the person who had killed Lan Qing. Plop. However, a floating image pearl prepared by an unknown person fell near Lan Qing's corpse. After someone picked it up and looked at it, they could see that the entire process of Lan Qing's death was recorded. A tall and burly person shrouded in a black robe made a powerful move and killed Lan Qing with just a few moves. In just a few moves, the law of metal merged with the divine power and released a dazzling light. However, no one paid attention to this. The clan leader has been killed. The person who came is definitely a high-level divine emperor. A mid-level divine emperor doesn't have such strength. Should we tell this news to that child Chenye? Let's not tell him for now. The 7 Prefectures banquet is coming soon, and he's the prodigy of the Chunyang school. He might be cultivating in seclusion recently and might not have received the news. Moreover, he has the clan leader's soul pearl. If he finds out, he'll definitely come back. The sect leader of the Million Demon sect, Lan Qing, had been killed. Even though the Million Demon sect's higher-ups tried their best to conceal the news still leaked. For a time, the entire Million Demon sect began to panic. In fact, the last time the Heavenly Dragon sect came and executed a group of higher-ups, it seemed that everyone was in danger. Now, even the sect master was killed in his own cultivation area in the Thousand Devil sect's encampment. Immediately, the Thousand Devil sect could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts, and many people were already preparing to leave the Thousand Devil sect. They felt that it was too dangerous to stay in the Million Demon sect. While the Million Demon sect was in chaos, a divine artifact flying back to the Chunyang school at the exaggerated speed of a high-level divine emperor. Not long after, it returned to the Chunyang school. Half a month later. This is, in the Pure Yang sect, Ping Sheng's faction, Yang Qianye, who had just woken up from his cultivation and was about to take out a divine pill from his storage ring to continue cultivating, suddenly noticed the shattered pieces of soul orbs in the corner of his storage ring from the corner of his eye. In the next moment, Yang Qianye came to his senses. Was this not the soul pearl of his father, Lan Qing? Father. Yang Qianye's pupils contracted rapidly, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He even let out a shrill cry of grief. Chapter 3971. Yang Qianye was about to go crazy. His father had actually passed away during his cultivation this time. Moreover, no one had informed him beforehand. Although he did not follow his father's surname, his surname was Yang because his father wanted to commemorate his mother who had died many years ago. His mother's surname was Yang. His mother had died because she wanted to protect him and his father. At that time, he was still in his infancy. After that, his father took on the role of both a father and a mother and raised him up. He had enjoyed the love of a father since he was young. In his eyes, his father was even more important than himself. Why was he so outstanding in the Thousand Demon sect? In fact, other than his talent and comprehension, it was more because of his hard work and diligence. Sometimes, even his father could not stand it and told him to be flexible. Why did he work so hard? He wanted to become more powerful so that he could protect his father and the 10,000 Demon sect. In his opinion, the Thousand Demon sect was too weak. In Tunglung province, there were countless experts who had the ability to destroy the Thousand Demon sect. Those God Emperor level forces, even if they were already past their prime, just one order was enough to annihilate the myriad devil sect and even kill his father. He had secretly sworn to his mother that he would take good care of his father for her and do his best to protect his father. In the past, he had worked hard and diligently. How many times had he risked going berserk in order to break through? There had always been an obsession in his heart, and that was his father. It could be said that the reason he could live for so long was all because of his father. His father was the most important person in his life. He was even more important than himself. If he could bring his father back to life, he would be willing to exchange his life for his father's. No. Maybe, it's just a mistake. Maybe my father is still alive. Yang Qianye, who seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly calmed down. The whole process happened without any warning. Ask the martial uncles in the sect. Maybe my father is still alive. Maybe it's just a problem with the soul orb. Yes. It must be. The quality of the soul orb is not good, so it broke. My father is definitely alive. My father is definitely alive. Yang Qianye kept thinking like this to numb himself. However, when he took out the soul orb of one of the martial uncles and was about to send a message, he hesitated. What if it was true? No. There was no what if. There's no what if. In the end, Yang Qianye's entire body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and sent out a message. Then, as if he wanted to confirm something, he took out a few soul beads and sent out another message. Then, all he had to do was wait. For Yang Qianye, this moment, even if it was just an instant, felt like an extremely long wait. Moments later, the first message arrived. Qianye, my condolences. Then, there was a second voice, Martial Nephew, my condolences. Don't be too sad. The spirit of the sect master in heaven would not want to see you sad because of him. After that, the third and fourth rays of light also arrived. A series of messages entered Yang Qianye's ears, causing him to be completely dumbstruck. It was as if he had been possessed. It was as if he had originally thought that there was hope, but at this moment, he had been sentenced to death. His father was really gone. His father, who had raised him up as both his father and mother, was gone. No one cared about the problems he encountered due to his overly diligent cultivation, and no one often nagged him, hoping that he would get married and have children soon. That was it. It was all gone. Yang Qianye was in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights before he came back to his senses and completely accepted the fact. At this time, he also knew that no matter how sad he was, it would not change anything. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was dead. Father is gone, father is gone, who on earth is it? Who killed my father? Yang Chenye opened his eyes wide, and a fierce light burst out of his eyes. His originally handsome face became somewhat ferocious at this moment. Then, he sent a message to his master, Yuan Hanjin. Master, my father is dead. I want to go back to the Thousand Demon sect to see who killed him. On the other side, Yuan Hanjin was somewhat in disbelief. What happened? Why did your father suddenly die? I will go with you. I, Yuan Hanjin, want to see who dares to kill the family of my disciple. As Yuan Hanjin said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Master, Yang Chenye could hear the anger in his master's tone and was naturally quite moved. Wait for me. Not long after Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, he arrived and took Yang Chenye to the Thousand Demon sect in the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. Master, you don't have to be so fast. For the Divine Emperor grade spaceship to travel at such a fast speed, I am afraid it will cost a lot of divine gems, right? Yang Chenye looked at Yuan Hanjin with red eyes and said in a hoarse voice. At this time, you don't have to worry about this. Yuan Hanjin said in a deep voice, it is a pity that there is no Divine Emperor grade spaceship in the Thousand Demon sect. Otherwise, I will definitely borrow one for you and return at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. If it is at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, it will take less than half a day to return to the Thousand Demon sect. Yuan Hanjin said. Master, when Yang Chenye heard this, his eyes became even redder. He was touched. However, with the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, the two of them returned to the Thousand Demon sect in a few days. After returning to the Thousand Demon sect, naturally, they went to find the truth behind the death of the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, Lan Qing. A floating image pearl and a floating image mirror image revealed the truth behind Lan Qing's death. He is tall and burly and is skilled in the law of metal. When he attacked, his fists were dazzling and overbearing. He is probably a high-level Divine Emperor, Yuan Hanjin muttered after looking at the floating image mirror image. Then, he looked at Yang Chenye and asked, is there such a person among the enemies of the Thousand Demon sect? As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, Yang Chenye shook his head, and one of the supreme elders of the Thousand Demon sect standing next to him said respectfully to Yuan Hanjin, Elder Yuan, our Thousand Demon sect will definitely not have such an enemy. If we had such an enemy, the Thousand Demon sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. Now, we suspect that, we don't know when the sect leader offended a higher god emperor. Or, when the supreme elder reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Yang Chenye and hesitated. At this time, Yang Chenye opened his mouth and said, Father has always been cautious. He would never offend such a person. Even if he had such a backer, he would not offend him. As for me, I don't think I have offended such a person. Yang Chenye's voice became even hoarser. He had seen his father's body that had been frozen by the people of the Thousand Demon sect and had suppressed his voice for a while. He did not cry. This was because when he was young, his father had told him that a man should not cry. Since he has been dead for a while, I think you must have investigated it. Yuan Hanjin looked at the people of the Thousand Demon sect and asked indifferently. We have. Another supreme elder stepped forward and took out a few floating image pearls. Then, he showed the soul pearls to Yuan Hanjin and Yang Chenye. Elder Yuan, Chenye, take a look. The floating image pearls showed a few mirror images. These mirror images all had the same person. This person was tall and burly. His back gave them a familiar feeling. When he attacked, his fists were everywhere. At the same time, he was also skilled in the law of metal. Although this person's strength was only at the level of a middle Divine Emperor, his back and figure were too similar to the figure in the floating image mirror image that had killed the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect, Lan Qing. They could be overlapped. Who is he? Yang Chenye lost his self-control and looked at the supreme elders of the Thousand Demon sect with red eyes. He asked in a low voice. The supreme elders looked at each other for a while. In the end, one of them stepped forward and sighed. He is the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The images in these floating image pearls are of him fighting when he was a medium-level godly emperor, said Qin Feng. Now, he is already a high divine emperor. At this point, a hint of fear flashed in the Supreme Elder's eyes. Then, he looked at Yuan Hanjin. At this time, young Qianye had already knelt in front of Yuan Hanjin. Master, please avenge my father. The sect master of the Tianlong clan was a high divine emperor. Naturally, he was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, the Tianlong clan was a big family. He could not afford to offend them. He could only rely on his master. If he really did it, I will give you and your father justice. Yuan Hanjin glanced at young Qianye and said in a low voice, however, I am afraid that he will not admit it. If he does not admit it, there is nothing I can do to him. Although the Tianlong clan does not have an emperor god now, they have many favors in the past. There is no lack of emperor gods who bear the burden of those favors. It is easy to kill him, but if I kill him without conclusive evidence, I and the Chunyang school will be attacked by some emperor god. Yuan Hanjin said and shook his head. However, I still have to pay a visit to the Tianlong clan. Then, Yuan Hanjin took young Qianye to the Tianlong clan to question the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong, of course, denied it. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it was meaningless to make a blood oath, he would have made a blood oath. A blood oath could only promise what would happen in the future. It was meaningless to make another oath about what had already happened. Under such circumstances, Yuan Hanjin could only leave with young Qianye. At the same time, he sighed. Without conclusive evidence, Master can't kill him. I hope you can understand, Master. Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. At this time, young Qianye was no longer hysterical in front of Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. It was as if he had completely calmed down. He suddenly looked up at Yuan Hanjin and said resolutely, Master, I want to enter the divine abode. Chapter 3972. The most powerful spiritual abode. Yuan Hanjin was taken aback by young Qianye's words. He shook his head and said, let's talk about it after you've recovered from the pain. We'll see when the time comes. That place is ultimately too dangerous. Yuan Hanjin said. Master, young Qianye said stubbornly. Didn't you tell me that the spiritual abode is a test of willpower? I think I'm strong enough to do it now. To me, my father is the most important person in the world. He's been the one who has supported me all this time. Now that he's gone, my previous beliefs have changed. Now, I just want to avenge him. Young Qianye's tone gradually turned cold. Now, death means nothing to me. If I don't enter the spiritual abode, it'll be difficult for me to avenge him. The Tianlong clan may not be able to compete with the Chunyang school in the short term. However, Duan Lingtian is from the Tianlong clan. I don't think he'll stand by and watch as I target the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Of course, as you said earlier, if possible, I want to kill him. Young Qianye added, don't worry, Master. If I really come out of the spiritual abode in the future, I'll be careful when I attack them. I won't implicate Master and Ping Sheng. Of course, after I succeed, if the fact that I'm involved is exposed, the Chunyang school won't tolerate me. At that time, to avoid suspicion, I might leave the Chunyang school for a while. When I become invincible in the Chunyang school, I'll return to the Chunyang school and help you become the Chunyang school's clan leader. As long as I succeed in my revenge, my life will be yours, Master. In the past, I lived for my father. In the future, I'll live for Master. Of course, the premise is that I come out of the spiritual abode alive. Young Qianye's tone was resolute, as if there was no room for negotiation. Yuan Hanjin sighed when he heard young Qianye's words. I'll give you 1 more month to think about it. If you still want to go after 1 month, I'll take you there. Thank you, Master. While young Qianye thanked Yuan Hanjin, he did not notice that there was a gleam in Yuan Hanjin's eyes, as if he had succeeded in his plot. He really didn't think that everything would go so smoothly. Although he knew that this disciple of his definitely had deep feelings for his father, and if his father died, he would definitely want to take revenge. But he didn't expect that his conviction would actually be so strong. This belief was much stronger than the belief of his other disciple who wasn't an orphan. In the past, he had also secretly taken action and returned to the family of a disciple of his sect. He made that disciple enter the most powerful divine dwelling with a heart full of hatred, but he still failed. However, that disciple's obsession was not as strong as Yang Qianye's. Maybe he'll really succeed. Yuan Hanjin's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he can get into the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast, one of the 2 spots will belong to the hidden sword faction, and the other spot will most likely go to my father. I think those few people will be too embarrassed to fight for it. After all, this is the only chance that my disciple has ever won. At this moment, Yuan Hanjin could already see the scene of his disciple, Yang Qianye, shining brightly in the 7 prefectures banquet. Yun Peak's faction. Duan Lingtian was cultivating, and Jinping Fan had promised him that if he could become a medium divine emperor within 20 years, he would give him a spot to participate in the trade meet. The trade meet was jointly organized by the 5 top divine emperors in Tungleng province. Generally speaking, there would be a trade meet like this 10 years before the 7 prefectures feast. This was also a tradition in Tungleng province. The trade fair was mainly for the major forces to exchange what they had and what they didn't need for the time being for things that they could use. Everyone took what they needed. Of course, during the trade meet, some elders of the major factions would also initiate gambling matches between their disciples. They would put up a wager, and the younger disciples would decide who would win the wager. In short, the trade meet before the 7 prefectures feast was a rare event in Tungleng province. Although only the top 5 God Emperor powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture were allowed to participate, and no one was allowed to spectate. However, some interesting news would still spread, and everyone would know about it. Whoosh! A wave of air raged in the room, and even the doors and windows were blown open. A figure sitting cross-legged on a bed suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian leaped off the bed and stood up. A wave of restless divine energy swirled around his body as though a group of disobedient electric snakes were slithering back and forth. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The divine energy that was moving restlessly around him like electric snakes seemed to have completely calmed down. I've broken through. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've reached the middle divine emperor realm. Now, it's been less than 100 years since I arrived at the Shengang land. In less than half a year, I've gone from a god to a middle divine emperor realm. That's not bad, right? Duan Lingtian asked himself. He was quite satisfied with his achievement. Of course, he was satisfied, but he was not arrogant. In fact, he knew that he was not qualified to be arrogant. In the next moment, the smile on his face froze. In another 200 years, the spatial passage between the realm of gods and the lower secondary realm will be opened again. At that time, it'll be 1,000 years. Moreover, Ke isn't in the divine offering land now. I don't know if she'll return to the divine offering land at that time. The planar battlefield, to her, is still too dangerous. I hope she'll be fine. When I become a god emperor, I'll think of a way to go to the realm battlefield in the divine offering land. I wonder if a lesser god emperor can do it. What I know now is that Elder Yi can cross the realm battlefield from one realm of gods to another realm of gods. This is because the realm battlefield is similar to one another. Elder Yi is a middle divine emperor. And Linghu Renfeng. She should be a middle divine emperor as well. A lesser god emperor shouldn't be as strong as the one she displayed when she invaded the Qianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian's understanding of the strength of a god emperor was still vague, he could roughly estimate a person's cultivation base through certain things. At the very least, it was certain that Yi Chenfeng of the hidden sword lineage was a middle divine emperor. As for Linghu Renfeng, although it was just a guess, he felt that it was not far from the truth. A middle divine emperor was a conservative estimate, but perhaps a higher divine emperor. Moreover, if what Linghu Renjie said was true, Linghu Renfeng could be considered his mother-in-law. Back then, you purposely made a trip to the Qianlong clan and gave me a lot of resources. You're very considerate. When he thought of the voice in the Qianlong clan and the spatial ring that suddenly appeared in his hand, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Back then, the other party must have wanted to help him. As for asking Linghu Renjie to hide the news, it was most likely to test him. It was also to prevent him from coming into contact with these things too early, so as to avoid too much pressure. However, this mother-in-law of his had most likely underestimated him, Duan Lingtian. He, Duan Lingtian, had fought his way out of the mundane realms. How could he be defeated by such a small setback? Wait for me. Duan Lingtian's gaze became more and more resolute. It was only after a long while that his gaze softened again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. This time, it's 2 years ahead of schedule. Just as well. In these 2 years, I'll take some divine pills and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor. Just now, the divine power on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was restless. It was a sign that his cultivation had just broken through and was still unstable. Elder Zhen. However, before consolidating his cultivation, Duan Lingtian still greeted Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, I've broken through to the middle divine emperor realm. Before the trade fair, I'll go into seclusion again to consolidate my cultivation. When you're leaving, remember to call me. After sending this message, Duan Lingtian went into seclusion again. He activated the formation and blocked the transmission. You've broken through? At this moment, Zhen Fanfan was chatting with his father at his cultivation place. When he received Duan Lingtian's message, he instinctively exclaimed in a low voice. What breakthrough? Zhen Yunfeng asked curiously. It's Duan Lingtian. He just sent me a message saying that he's broken through. Zhen Pingfan said in a hoarse voice. What? Zhen Yunfeng was so shocked that he rose from his seat. At the same time, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and reached Duan Lingtian's residence in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw that the formation in Duan Lingtian's residence had been activated, he retracted his divine consciousness. This little fellow. He's broken through so quickly. After retracting his divine consciousness, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up. It seems like we, Yunfeng, have really picked up a treasure this time. He didn't reply to me. He must be in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation base. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's gaze was somewhat complicated. When I told him about the trade fair previously, I hoped to give him some motivation. I didn't expect him to break through in such a short time. It's been 2 years since he broke through. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Zhen Yunfeng said with a smile, based on the strength he displayed in the past, he's already at the intermediate divine emperor stage. Unless the other 7 mansions and a few other forces have a heaven-defying trump card, he should be in the top 10 in the 7 mansions grand banquet this time. A heaven-defying trump card? Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn. I hope he's not that unlucky, that's right. Suddenly, as though he recalled something, Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhen Yunfeng and asked, Father, you said Junior Uncle Yi's original body went into seclusion as soon as he returned? Yes. Zhen Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Then, his eyes lit up. Perhaps, our Chunyang school has seen another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The last time it appeared was 100,000 years ago, said Li Yundong. Chapter 3973. High-grade divine artifacts were divided into 3 grades. High-grade divine artifacts that did not have an artifact soul. High-grade divine artifacts that had an artifact soul but the artifact soul was not mature. High-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul. Each of the 3 types of divine artifacts was stronger than the other. Currently, there were a few high-grade divine artifacts in the Chunyang school. They were in the hands of the Void Pierce stage elders of the Chunyang school. They could be considered as the best divine artifacts in the Chunyang school. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul, the last time such a divine artifact appeared in the Chunyang school was 100,000 years ago. However, that divine artifact was not passed down. This was because the expert who owned the divine artifact in the Chunyang school was killed. Even the divine artifact had become the spoils of war. If Junior Uncle Yi obtains a high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, his strength will rise to another level, right? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng smiled and said, "That's for sure. Let's see when he can finish nurturing his artifact soul." Half a year ago, Yi Chenfeng had successfully returned to the Chunyang school. His journey was quite smooth. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only knew that his master, Feng Qingyang, was planning to head to the Plains of Gods 10 years after he broke through to the God Emperor realm. "Master, be careful when you reach the Plains of Gods." In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian's clone of the Law of Time bade farewell to Feng Qingyang's main body with a solemn expression. At the same time, he reminded Feng Qingyang, even though his master had obtained the inheritance of an utmost expert, that inheritance was actually only a spiritual inheritance. There was no material inheritance. It was very helpful to his master, but it was also limited. If his master had a supreme expert's divine spark that contained the law of time, his strength would be even more heaven-defying. "Don't worry." Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled. "I'll leave an Earth Law avatar here. If anything happens in the realms of gods, I'll be able to contact you immediately." After saying that, Feng Qingyang added, "As long as you're not too unlucky, there shouldn't be a problem. Don't forget that whether it was in the Saint Province realm or the solitary destructive heaven, I've always relied on myself to reach where I am today. And now, with your guidance, my future path will be much smoother." Speaking of which, Feng Qingyang's gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became somewhat complicated. He really never thought that there would be a day when he actually needed to rely on the guidance of a disciple of his sect. His disciple had surpassed him ever since he went to the realms of gods. Although he was happy for his disciple, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any pressure. After all, he was the master. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "In any case, you can look for me if you need anything, master. My Time Law avatar will stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Currently, Duan Lingtian had 2 law avatars in the lower realms. His Time Law avatar was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, while his Space Law avatar was in the mundane realms to accompany his family. Initially, he had planned to bring his family to the Devata realms where the environment was better. However, due to the fact that a few of his family members were in closed-door cultivation, he decided to postpone his plan. He planned to travel to the Devata realms when everyone was present. Naturally, he did not plan to bring his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any enemies in the Devata realms, he decided to be careful. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was too big of a target. Who knew if Yun Qingyang, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, would suddenly send someone who was not a native of the Devata realms to cause trouble for him and his family through the divine void-piercing shuttle? Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a place to stay in the Devata realms. In the heavenly palace of another Devata realm. The heavenly emperor of the Devata realm was overjoyed when Duan Lingtian concealed his identity and announced his intention to bring his disciples to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. The heavenly emperor was, naturally, overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian, a godly powerhouse, was willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. Moreover, he even prepared a beautiful valley for Duan Lingtian to stay in. It would be a place where Duan Lingtian's disciples could stay in. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently set up many formations in the valley. Even the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm would not be able to break the formations, let alone others. Duan Lingtian did not plan to let his family meet the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. He had chosen the heavenly palace of the Devata realm because of the good cultivation environment. After all, the divine stones in the Devata realm were much better than the cultivation environment he had created. It was also because he was not there in person. Otherwise, he could have let his family stay in his small world because the cultivation environment in his small world was better. Moreover, he did not think there was anyone in the Devata realms who could threaten him. Even if someone could threaten him, he could at least escape, right? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 years and a month since Duan Lingtian became a medium divine lord. Swoosh. At this moment, a divine artifact flying ship was flying west of Chunyang School at an extremely fast speed. The speed of this divine artifact flying ship was not slow, comparable to that of a lower divine lord, and this was under the condition that Zhen Pingfan was saving divine crystals. If he did not care about the cost and used divine crystals, the speed of this divine artifact flying ship would be able to reach the speed of an ordinary upper divine lord. However, there was no need for him to speed up. The reason for that was because the people from the Pure Sun sect had all set off for the trade meet ahead of time. This flying god artifact belonged to Zhen Pingfan. Currently, the people in the flying god artifact were not only from the Yun Peak progeny, but there were also people from the Hidden Sword progeny, the Righteous progeny, and the other two progenies that Du and Ling Tian had never met before. Although there were no clear factions in Chunyang School, there were still some progenies who were close to each other. Although some progenies were not enemies, they were closer to each other. The Hidden Sword progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been close. As for the Righteous progeny, Patriarch Lan Zhangming of the Righteous Light faction was the martial nephew of Patriarch Zhen Yunfeng of the Yun Peak faction. Although they were martial nephews, Zhen Yunfeng and Lan Zhangming were actually master and disciple. This was because Zhen Yunfeng's senior brother had passed away rather early. Not long after he had taken Lan Zhangming in, he had perished outside. Later on, he'd broken through and become a great god, established his own progeny, and gathered the people of his late master's progeny. He had Zhen Yunfeng's support as well. Because of this, the Righteous progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been on good terms. Even Zhen Pingfan and his senior brother, Lan Zhangming, were close. The other two progenies were also the junior nephews of Zhen Yunfeng, the patriarch of the Yun Peak progeny, so they were close to the Yun Peak progeny. They'd informed the Yun Peak progeny that they would be traveling with them before they set off for the trade fair because they knew that Zhen Pingfan would be leading the Yun Peak progeny. Zhen Pingfan liked to join in on the fun. With an Emperor God expert leading the team, they were not worried about the safety of their disciples. Moreover, the Hidden Sword progeny would most likely be traveling with the Yun Peak progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny would most likely send an Emperor God expert, Elder Jingshu. Then, people from various progenies were surrounding Zhen Pingfan and chatting. Looking at Zhen Pingfan's impatient look, it was obvious that he wasn't used to being surrounded by people. "All right, quiet down. Don't disturb the junior's cultivation." As Zhen Pingfan spoke, he pointed at Du and Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on one side of the spaceship. Du and Lingtian, who'd just closed his eyes, happened to see this scene. It made Du and Lingtian speechless. I just greeted the Hidden Sword progeny's elder Jingshu and was about to close my eyes to rest. "You're talking as though I've been cultivating all this while? Do you think I'm blind?" However, Du and Lingtian didn't expose Zhen Pingfan. After closing his eyes, he didn't move anymore, as though he was really cultivating. When they heard Zhen Pingfan's words, the people from various progenies who were chatting all shut their mouths. After looking at each other and smiling, they found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Lan Shalin sat cross-legged on one side of the spaceship and stared at Du and Lingtian on the other side with a hazy gaze. Almost at the same moment he looked at Du and Lingtian with a hazy gaze, Liu Hui's voice transmission rang in his ears. "Don't show any hostility towards Du and Lingtian. Otherwise, if anything happens to Du and Lingtian outside, someone will blame it on you. Right now, Du and Lingtian is Chunyang School's treasure." At the end, Liu Hui seemed a little hesitant, but he still added, "When we entered the spaceship just now, I discovered that Du and Lingtian has already broken through to middle-level Godly Emperor." As soon as Liu Hui said this, Lan Shalin's expression changed drastically. "He broke through? How is that possible? How long has it been?" Lan Shalin couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. "Although it's shocking, it's the truth," Liu Hui said in a heavy tone. "This Du and Lingtian is indeed a genius." After a moment, Lan Shalin came back to his senses and replied coldly to Liu Hui through voice transmission, "Maybe he's a little genius, but I think it's more because of the resources the sect has spent on him. I only hope that he works hard and doesn't disappoint the sect and get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. Otherwise, the sect will definitely make him spit out all the resources he's taken. At the very least, He'll have to spit out all the resources from our righteous radiance sec. Last time, when Chunyang School gave Duan Lingtian resources, it wasn't just the sect's resources but also the resources gathered from various progenies. This was because they wanted resources that were useful to Duan Lingtian, a godly emperor, and not other resources. Even the Pure Sun sect's treasury was limited in terms of targeted resources. Chapter 3974. Of course, the people on Duan Lingtian's ship couldn't be the only ones from Chunyang School to participate in the trade fair. There were several other ships nearby that were going with them. As for those few spaceships, there were also people from 2 or more branches in each of those spaceships. Duan Lingtian's ship had a lot of people. There were 5 people from different branches. After all, there were only 19 branches in Chunyang School. He's a good kid. The representative from the Hidden Sword bloodline was an old man. He wore a long, light golden robe, the edges of which were silver. He had a kind face, and he sat there cross-legged, looking like a benevolent elder. It's all thanks to him that Master was able to nurture the soul of Divine Sword. Hidden Sword branch owes him a big favor. When Master came back this time, he summoned us and said, "From now on, Duan Lingtian is Hidden Sword branch's benefactor. Those of the Hidden Sword faction must respect him. If anyone dares to offend him, they will be expelled from the faction." When the old man thought of this, he glanced at the few young disciples behind him. When he saw the battle intent and eagerness in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, he felt helpless in his heart. He could understand the feelings of these little fellows. They were all divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Chunyang School. It was normal for them to want to compare themselves to others. Duan Lingtian had received so many resources from the school. Many people were dissatisfied with him. He asked himself, if he was a genius of the same generation as Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian. I didn't want to hurt them, however, to prevent them from provoking Duan Lingtian and angering Master, it's better to remind them. The old man's voice rang in the ears of the 4 young prodigies from the Hidden Sword progeny. Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the intermediate Divine Lord stage. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the 4 of you are no match for him. In fact, when they heard the old man's words, their expressions changed. Duan Lingtian had broken through? No wonder. No wonder he was in the mood to participate in the trade fair. For example, the strongest disciple from Hidden Sword branch was still cultivating in seclusion to improve his cultivation and comprehend the laws of nature. He was preparing for the 7 prefectures feast in 10 years. He was not in the mood to participate in the trade fair. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, they didn't think much of it. Who knew if those 2 middle-level divine emperors were half dead? If they encountered those 2 middle-level divine emperors, they might be able to kill them. It was not until later on, when the Pure Sun sect paid a huge price to provide Duan Lingtian with a huge amount of resources to improve his strength, that they vaguely realized things were not as simple as they thought. Perhaps they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really killed the 2 middle-level divine emperors, why would Chunyang School spend so much money on him? As long as one didn't use their buttocks to think, they would think that it was impossible. Even so, they did not think Duan Lingtian was worth the sect's investment. There were many middle-level divine emperors among the younger generation in Chunyang School who could easily kill ordinary middle-level divine emperors. For example, the monstrous genius from Hidden Sword branch. Although they were all true martial disciples from Chunyang School, they were convinced by the monstrous genius' strength. He was as strong as a superior divine emperor. Not many true martial disciples from Chunyang School were a match for him. Duan Lingtian has broken through. Doesn't that mean he's even stronger now that his cultivation base has broken through? When they thought of this, the people from Hidden Sword branch withdrew their hostile gazes from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they felt bitter. Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, right? All of a sudden, they all felt that they had wasted all these years of their lives. The youngest among them was already over 7,000 years old. At the same time, the The younger generation from the other two branches who had been looking at Du and Lingtian with hostility were also greatly affected by their elders' words. This time, each of the 5 branches was led by an elder. The rest were all true martial disciples from Chunyang School. On Yun Peak's side, apart from Du and Lingtian, there were 2 other people, a man and a woman. On the other hand, there were 4 people from Hidden Sword Branch. On the other hand, there were 3 true martial disciples from Righteous Branch, including Lan Shalin. As for the other 2 branches, there were 2 true martial disciples from each branch. In fact, none of the truly outstanding true martial disciples from Chunyang School had come to this trade fair. They were all cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the feast of the 7 prefectures to arrive. If Du and Lingtian had not broken through to the medium divine emperor stage in advance, Zhen Pingfan would not have brought him along. Even if he had wanted to bring him along, the other emperor gods in the sect would probably have drowned him with their saliva. The sect had spent so much to cultivate Du and Lingtian, but it was not for him to follow Zhen Pingfan on a sightseeing tour. Before they left this time, Zhen Pingfan had told everyone, including the Chunyang School's headmaster, that Du and Lingtian had broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. The upper echelons of the Pure Sun sect all expressed their satisfaction with this. At the same time, they felt that they had bet on the right person. Of course, the specifics would depend on Du and Lingtian's performance at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Du and Lingtian had not planned to cultivate, but Zhen Pingfan had said that he was cultivating, so he just put on an act. At first, he was just putting on an act, but as he went on, he realized that his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage was not very stable. Well, then he would continue to consolidate it. In the past 2 years, he had spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of rare divine pills, many of which were ultimate divine pills, but he still had not completely consolidated it. Wasn't this too slow? When he had just broken through to the lower divine emperor stage, he had not seen it like this even though he had crossed a big realm. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid it will take another half a year to completely consolidate my cultivation. Du and Lingtian sighed in his heart. That was too long, wasn't it? Fortunately, Du and Lingtian's thoughts were not known by others, or he would have been beaten to death by others. Even if he had the help of divine pills, it would take decades or even centuries for him to completely consolidate his cultivation when he had just broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. Chunyang School had spent a lot of resources on Du and Lingtian, hoping that Du and Lingtian could break through to the medium divine emperor stage. They did not expect that Du and Lingtian could completely consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage. If they knew that Du and Lingtian could consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage, perhaps their ambition would not be as simple as just getting into the top 10 in the Feast of the 7 Prefecture. Du and Lingtian was calmly consolidating his cultivation. It was also quiet in the divine artifact. Even if someone was not closing their eyes to rest or cultivating, they were communicating with each other through telepathy. 10 days later, they arrived at their destination without any problems. We're here. Du and Lingtian was awakened by a voice that rang in his ears. We're here. The trade fair would be held in the 7 Kills Valley, one of the top 5 supreme god forces in Tunglung province. Of course, it would only be held in the 7 Kills Valley this time. After 10,000 years, it would definitely be held in another location. However, it would not be held in the Chunyang School. Previously, it had been held in the Chunyang School. The 7 Kills Valley's base was as hidden as the Chunyang School's base. However, unlike the Chunyang School's base that was hidden in the void, the 7 Kills Valley's base was hidden under the ground. The 7 Kills Valley's base was an underground paradise. The vast underground world was where the 7 Kills Valley's base was located. Above their heads, countless luminous pearls hung high. Luminous pearls were rare items in the mundane realms. However, in the realms of gods, they were common daily necessities. They were no different from candles in the mundane realms. They were no different from light bulbs on earth. Welcome, everyone from the Chunyang School. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, we meet again. This time, there were 3 people from the 7 Kills Valley who came out to receive Du and Lingtian and the others. They were led into the 7 Kills Valley's base. The old man in the lead was also one of the supreme god experts from the Seven Kills Valley. This was the second supreme god expert from the Seven Kills Valley that Duan Lingtian had met. Previously, when he was still in the Qianlong clan, he had met another supreme god expert from the Seven Kills Valley in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. That supreme god expert had a verbal argument with the supreme god expert from the Taowu Mountain Villa in the Qing Province Prefecture. They had nearly fought. Later on, the supreme god expert had even challenged the supreme god expert to a battle in the Seven Kills Valley. Not long after Duan Lingtian recalled this matter, Zhen Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile, "Elder Yu, previously, in the Emperor Battle Realm between the Qianlong clan and the Taiyi sect, Elder Deng Kuei from the Qing Province Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa challenged Elder Hong Yunxiao to a battle. I wonder what the outcome was." When Zhen Pingfan mentioned this matter, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Then, he looked at the elder from the Seven Kills Valley who had received them this time. He had been thinking about this earlier. A battle between supreme god experts should not be a joke. It was unlikely that it was just a casual challenge. Now, when he heard Zhen Pingfan mention this matter, his interest was immediately piqued. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, the elder from the Seven Kills Valley smiled bitterly. Elder Hong Yunxiao is still a little inferior after all. Although he has improved a lot over the years, Deng Kuei has not remained stagnant either. However, this time, he lasted much longer under Deng Kuei's attack. Overall, Elder Hong Yunxiao's improvement over the years is still greater than Deng Kuei's. In time, it is not impossible for Elder Hong Yunxiao to defeat Deng Kuei. Although Hong Yunxiao had lost, this elder from the Seven Kills Valley did not forget to praise Hong Yunxiao as he explained the facts. Although he was also a supreme god expert from the Seven Kills Valley and had a high status, and Hong Yunxiao's strength was not as good as his. In terms of background, he was not as good as Hong Yunxiao. Hong Yunxiao, like Zhen Pingfan, had people above him. They did not rely on themselves. However, he could only rely on himself. He only had a group of disciples and no one above him. Chapter 3975. Zhen Pingfan only smiled when he heard Elder Yu's words from Seven Kills Valley. He knew that Hong Yunxiao had a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Deng Kuei definitely did not have such a high-grade divine artifact. Hong Yunxiao had improved more than Deng Kuei over the years. That might not be the case. Elder Jingshu from the Hidden Sword faction saw that Zhen Pingfan was not tactful at all. She looked at him helplessly and agreed with a smile, "Of course. Elder Hong Yunxiao is much younger than Deng Kuei. It won't be long before he can catch up with Deng Kuei and even surpass Deng Kuei." Zhen Pingfan was his junior brother, and he knew Zhen Pingfan's temper. Seeing that the Seven Kills Valley elder was obviously embarrassed, he promptly stepped forward to smooth things over. The Seven Kills Valley elder's embarrassed old face squeezed out a smile when he heard this. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhen Pingfan. "Elder Zhen, did the prodigy from the Qianlong clan named Duan Lingtian come with you this time?" As he spoke, his gaze began to sweep past Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples from Chunyang School. A hint of curiosity appeared on his face. "He's here." At this moment, Zhen Pingfan, who had been somewhat dispirited, suddenly became interested when he heard the Seven Kills Valley elder's question. "What's the matter? Elder Yu, could it be that you want to find a prodigy from Seven Kills Valley to compete with Duan Lingtian?" As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan looked at him with shining eyes. "That's not impossible." When the Seven Kills Valley elder heard this, he looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan. "A prodigy that you, Elder Zhen, personally went to find must be extraordinary. May I know who it is?" As he asked this, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others again. He mainly glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lan Shalin because he felt that these two young people's temperaments were more outstanding than the others. "Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Yu." Elder Zhen smiled at this moment. "Elder Yu." Duan Lingtian also smiled and greeted the other party at the right time. When the Seven Kills Valley elder heard this, his gaze froze. It was one of these two people. This was the prodigy from the Qianlong clan? Back then, when they learned that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level divine emperors in succession at the Qianlong clan by himself, the elders of Seven Kills Valley had also held an emergency meeting. In the end, they decided to send the best of the high-level divine emperors, the few experts below the emperor god level, to lead a team to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Seven Kills Valley. They had thought that they had shown enough sincerity. Unexpectedly, the other 3 forces were as sincere as they were. However, what was even more unexpected was that the Chunyang school had actually sent Zhen Pingfan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang school and an emperor god expert, had actually left Chunyang school in person to go to the Qianlong clan to invite a brat who had just stepped into the divine emperor realm not long ago. Since Zhen Pingfan had made a move, the people they had sent out naturally could not hold the fort. In addition, Zhen Pingfan's deep threat had caused them to return early. This was because they felt that their chances were not high. In terms of sincerity, they were completely defeated by the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian, I didn't have time last time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Qianlong clan personally to invite you to the Seven Kills Valley. The old man said kindly. Thank you for your praise, elder. However, I have already told Elder Qin Wuyang of Chunyang school that if I were to leave the Qianlong clan, I would prioritize the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In other words, even if you went personally, I might not join the Seven Kills Valley. Qin Wuyang? The old man was stunned at first, then he looked at Zhen Pingfan. Although Qin Wuyang was only an elder of Chunyang school, he had heard of Qin Wuyang because of his extraordinary background. Now it seemed that Duan Lingtian's entry into the Chunyang school was led by Qin Wuyang. It seemed that Qin Wuyang had a lot to do with Zhen Pingfan's actions. Thinking of this, the old man sighed secretly. If only Qin Wuyang was from the Seven Kills Valley, he would definitely be a qualified talent scout. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, one of the 2 young men behind Elder Yu of the Seven Kills Valley suddenly snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, it's your blessing that my master is willing to personally invite you to the Qianlong clan. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. The red-robed young man stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His tone was bone-chilling as well. Shut up. The old man reprimanded softly, but there was no anger on his face. He smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, please forgive my disciple for offending you. It's all right, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not even look at the red-robed young man. At this moment, Lan Shalin, who had been silent all this while, spoke with a smile. Dao Wei, aren't you recognized as one of the 3 strongest prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley? Why don't you spar with the number 1 prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian? Let us see your strength. Dao Wei was one of the 3 most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. His strength was above Lan Shalin's. In the past, the 2 of them had some small conflicts. Because of Dao Wei's strength, Lan Shalin had suffered quite a bit. He had always been resentful. Now, he wanted nothing more than for Dao Wei to fight with Duan Lingtian. Wouldn't it be great if the 2 people he hated perished together? Of course, he knew that was impossible. At most, the 2 of them would spar. No matter if it was the Emperor God powerhouses of the Chunyang school or the Seven Kills Valley, they would not allow anything to happen to the 2 of them. There must be some kind of stake in a spar. At this time, many of the people from the other branches of the Qianlong clan who were following behind also wanted to see the world in chaos. The people from the 19 branches of the Chunyang school were all present. However, because Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person among the people who came from the Chunyang school this time, he was the one who led the Chunyang school this time. He led the people from the Yun Peak branch, the Hidden Sword branch, the Righteous branch, and the other 2 branches at the front. The people who supported Lan Shalin now were the people from the other branches who followed behind. In fact, these people were also quite interested in Duan Lingtian's strength because they had already heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle-level Divine Emperor stage on the way here. They were all curious about how strong this young man who had been entrusted with high hopes by the sect was. As for Lan Shalin's claim that Duan Lingtian was the number 1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school, No one refuted it because there was no need to do so at this time. Moreover, this group of true Force disciples from the Chunyang school this time was not the strongest group. They all admitted that they were not as good as Du and Lingtian. Elder Yu. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's eyes were unusually bright. He stared at the elder of the Seven Kills Valley and said with a smile, "So, the person behind you is your outstanding disciple, Dao Wei. I've heard a lot about Dao Wei in the Chunyang school. Just now, from what you said, you don't object to the young heaven's pride from your sect fighting with Du and Lingtian. Why don't we let Dao Wei fight with Du and Lingtian?" Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. "I have no objections. It depends on the parties involved." The elder of the Seven Kills Valley, a lesser God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley, said with a smile as he stroked the goatee on his chin. "Master, I'd like to see the strength of the number one heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school." Dao Wei took a step forward and stared at Du and Lingtian with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The number one heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school? What arrogance! If he could defeat Du and Lingtian, then his reputation would be even greater than before. He had heard that the Chunyang school had spent a lot of resources on Du and Lingtian so that Du and Lingtian could become a medium god emperor. Of course, he did not think that Du and Lingtian deserved the title of the number one heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school. However, at this time, even if Du and Lingtian did not deserve it, he felt that it was good to give Du and Lingtian such a title. With this title, if he defeated Du and Lingtian, it would only make his Dao Wei more outstanding. "I don't have any objections." Du and Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, "However, I heard that there are prizes for the battles at the trade fair. If there's no prize, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm lazy." As soon as Du and Lingtian finished speaking, he stretched lazily and said with a lazy expression on his face, "You're right." Yu Chanlian smiled when he heard this. "Of course there will be a prize. I wonder what kind of prize Chunyang School is willing to give. Or do you want the Seven Kills Valley to give you a prize?" He was quite confident in the strength of his disciple, Dao Wei. As for Du and Lingtian, if he had not become a medium god emperor, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Dao Wei. Even if he had become a medium god emperor, his cultivation would not have stabilized. At most, he would be able to fight Dao Wei to a draw. Otherwise, Du and Lingtian grinned innocently in front of everyone. "Let's bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon." A half-soul high-grade divine weapon. When Du and Lingtian said this, not only Yu Chanlian's pupils shrank, but also Dao Wei's face changed greatly. Even Zhen Pingfan had a stunned look on his face. The other people of Chunyang School, including Elder Jingshu of Sword Hidden Villa, were also shocked. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds. Would Chunyang School be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? In other words, would they be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? Could it be that Du and Lingtian obtained the instructions of that person from Yun Peak? This was the thought in their minds at the moment. Even Zhen Pingfan was wondering if his father was going to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for Du and Lingtian to bet with the people of Seven Kills Valley. Did his father have so much confidence in Du and Lingtian? For a moment, he could not help but send a message to his father. However, what he did not expect was that his father was also stunned after receiving his message, and then said that he did not know anything. This time, Zhen Pingfan was even more dumbfounded. Chapter 3976. Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His father didn't know about this. Then, where did the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that this kid mentioned come from? Du and Lingtian, don't speak recklessly. For a moment, Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but remind Du and Lingtian through telepathy. It's fine if the Seven Kills Valley doesn't agree. But once they agree and Dao Wei wins against you, you must take out the half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Otherwise, even I and the school won't be able to protect you. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary God Emperor level force. However, this was the Seven Kills Valley, a God Emperor level force that was on par with the Chunyang School in Tunglung Province. Although the overall strength of the Seven Kills Valley might not be comparable to the Chunyang School, The Chunyang school wouldn't want to make an enemy that was not much weaker than them. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised when he heard Zhen Pingfan's telepathy. Of course, I know. Since you know, why are you still betting? Where are you going to find a half-soul high-grade divine weapon to give to the Seven Kills Valley? Zhen Pingfan said impatiently. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, if I tell you that I'm going to win a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for you, can't you go and borrow the half-soul high-grade divine weapon in Elder Yunfeng's hand? Of course. Maybe I don't even need to borrow it. Unless they want to see it with their own eyes. Zhen Pingfan was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words at first. Then, rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Chunyang school, only a few void-pierce stage elders had a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Even he didn't have one. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, ever since he learned that Hong Yunxiao of the Seven Kills Valley obtained a half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he began to feel unbalanced. On what basis? In terms of strength, I, Zhen Pingfan, am much stronger than you, Hong Yunxiao. In terms of background, I, Zhen Pingfan, was in Chunyang school, but I'm not any weaker than you, Hong Yunxiao, was in Seven Kills Valley. Of course, even though he felt it was unfair, he also knew that it was because Hong Yunxiao was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Are you sure? Although Zhen Pingfan was confident in Duan Lingtian, he had to be cautious when it came to a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. After all, in the entire Tunglung province, there were only 20 or so high-grade half-soul divine artifacts. Most of them were in the hands of the middle god emperor experts from the top 5 powers in Tunglung province. As long as he's not a high-grade god emperor, I'm 100% sure. When Duan Lingtian transmitted to Zhen Pingfan again, even Zhen Pingfan could hear the absolute confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice. Good. I'll immediately inform my father. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Zhen Pingfan's eyes seemed to be shining. At the same time, he sent another message to his father, Duan Lingtian, and also mentioned Duan Lingtian's promise. Father, in the past 100,000 years of Tunglung province's history, there are only a few high-grade god emperors under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Chunyang school is also paying attention to Dao Wei's cultivation. No matter how many resources we throw at him, it's impossible for him to break through and become a high-grade god emperor. I think it's worth a bet. Zhen Pingfan transmitted. Zhen Yunfeng quickly replied, of course I know what you're talking about. I also believe in Duan Lingtian's confidence. He can use my high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager. However, I think you're being too optimistic. Do you all think the people of Seven Kills Valley are so stupid? Do you think they'll be willing to play along with you? It's not like they don't know Duan Lingtian's background, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng said. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately calmed down. However, when he looked at Yu Chanlian, the elder of Seven Kills Valley, his eyes still flashed with a faint light. Agree. Hurry up and agree. But I don't think Yu Chanlian is qualified to agree to such a thing, right? He doesn't even have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Zhen Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this wager might not succeed. Dao Wei snapped out of his daze and glared at Duan Lingtian. He suddenly snorted. Duan Lingtian, are you joking? You think you can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? The way I see it, you're just too scared to accept my challenge. That's why you're using this as an excuse, right? Dao Wei sneered. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon? What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtian could take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he was confident in himself. The Seven Kills Valley would not let him take the risk. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was much more important in the Seven Kills Valley than he was. Yu Chanlian did not say anything. However, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He felt that Duan Lingtian was making ridiculous demands. The only reason he did this was to make Seven Kills Valley back off. He doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Is he trying to hide his strength, or is he not confident in himself? Yu Chanlian did not think that Duan Lingtian was afraid of his disciple, Dao Wei. After all, This was a monster that Zhen Pingfan personally went to the Tianlong clan to invite back to the Chunyang school. Moreover, Dao Wei was indeed very outstanding. This was an undeniable fact. Dao Wei's improvement in the past few decades was especially shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the fastest person in the history of Tunglung province to cultivate the divine emperor scripture. As for the high-grade half-soul divine weapon bet, Yu Chanlian only treated it as a joke. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian did have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he would not take it out unless he had a death wish. It was definitely not a good thing for a divine emperor to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was enough to tempt a divine emperor. Who said that Duan Lingtian can't take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Zhen Pingfan spoke first. He said calmly, "My old man can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager for the battle between you and Duan Lingtian. I've just contacted my old man about this matter, and he has agreed. If you don't feel reassured, I, Zhen Pingfan, can also make a heart demon blood oath on your behalf. If Duan Lingtian loses to you, Dao Wei, I'll give you a high-grade half-soul divine weapon." Of course, the prerequisite is that 7 Kills Valley also takes out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. When Zhen Pingfan said this, everyone except Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even the people from Chunyang School subconsciously wanted to dissuade Zhen Pingfan, but when they thought about how even the ancestor of Yunfeng had agreed, they felt that it was useless to dissuade him. It seems that the ancestor is very confident in Duan Lingtian. This was the only thought in their minds. The high-grade half-soul divine artifact didn't belong to Zhen Pingfan. It belonged to the ancestor. Without the ancestor's permission, Zhen Pingfan wouldn't have been able to use his high-grade half-soul divine artifact as a wager. Duan Lingtian must be even stronger now that he's become an intermediate divine emperor. This was what they thought at the moment. As for the genius disciple of 7 Kills Valley, Dao Wei's expression was gloomy and ugly. He never thought that elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunyang School, Jing Shu, would make such a promise. This was Zhen Pingfan, the elder Jing Shu of Chunyang School, the void-pierce stage elder of Chunyang School, the son of the ancestor of Yunfeng. Just now, he had learned about Zhen Pingfan's identity from his master. He knew that Zhen Pingfan was the leader of the group of people from Chunyang School this time. Although he was also a low-level divine emperor, his strength was above his master's. Moreover, there were people above Chunyang School. If it was Duan Lingtian who said it, he could still refute. However, when Zhen Pingfan spoke, his mood was completely different. For a moment, he subconsciously looked at his master, Yu Chanlian. As for Yu Chanlian, after hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, he was also a little absent-minded. At the same time, he thought that this was a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. Chunyang School wanted to take the 7 Kills Valley's half-soul divine weapon. Shameless. Too shameless. Chunyang School already has more half-soul high-grade divine weapons than our 7 Kills Valley. Now, they want to take the half-soul high-grade divine weapon from 7 Kills Valley. Do they still want to be shameless? However, even though he thought so, Yu Chanlian still had a smile on his face. It seems like Uncle Master Yunfeng has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I suppose. Duan Lingtian has already become a middle-level divine emperor. As soon as Yu Chanlian said this, Zhen Pingfan could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that the 7 Kills Valley would definitely not accept Duan Lingtian's bet. It was not that Zhen Pingfan wanted to expose himself, but he knew that even if he did not expose himself, with so many people from Chunyang School, someone would definitely expose himself. Sure enough, when Yu Chanlian saw the reaction of Zhen Pingfan and the other people from Chunyang School, he understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Based on the strength you showed in the past, now that you have become a middle-level divine emperor, I think you will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7-mansion feast. If you had not become a middle-level divine emperor, my disciple might have had a chance. But now, he is no match for you." When Yu Chanlian finished speaking, he was helping his disciple, Dao Wei, admit defeat. When Dao Wei heard this, his expression changed. He wanted to refute that even if Duan Lingtian was a middle-level divine emperor, he might still be able to defeat him. However, when his master's voice transmission entered his ears, he shut his mouth tightly. Unless you are 100% sure that you can defeat him, you will definitely die if you lose the Soul Superior Divine Artifact. How much do you know about him? How dare you say that you can defeat him? It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is conceit. Yu Bailian's voice transmission was filled with coldness toward the end. Yu Chanlian knew his disciple very well. He could even guess what Dao Wei was going to say, so he sent a voice transmission in advance to shut Dao Wei's mouth. When Duan Lingtian heard Yu Chanlian's words, he smiled indifferently. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Yu. However, if you don't have confidence in Dao Wei, you can choose someone else. As long as it is a genius under the age of 10,000 from 7 Kills Valley, my bet will still count. Chapter 3977. In other words, Duan Lingtian was implying that if Saber Wei was not strong enough, they could ask someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian's words were like a nail in the coffin for the proud Dao Wei. Dao Wei was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he even felt that he had to prove that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian even if he had to risk his life. However, when he thought of his teacher's warning, he couldn't help but consider that if he lost a half-soul high-quality divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley, his death alone wouldn't be enough to quench the anger of the higher-ups of the 7 Kills Valley. In the end, not only his teacher, but his family would also be in trouble. It seems that Duan Lingtian is very confident in yourself. Yu Lanlian looked deeply at Duan Lingtian again. Although the smile on his face was still there, it had faded by a lot. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a little overbearing. Of course, at the same time, he felt a little helpless. Their 7 Kills Valley did indeed have young Heaven's Prides who weren't weaker than his disciple Dao Wei, and there was more than one of them. However, even those two were at most slightly stronger than Dao Wei. It might not be certain that he could win against Duan Lingtian, who was suspected to have stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm. If it was just a normal wager, it wouldn't be a big deal to bet with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon. A half-soul high-quality divine weapon was no ordinary high-quality divine weapon. Its value in the 7 Kills Valley was no less than that of a lower-level Divine Emperor. The 7 Kills Valley would never agree to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon for a wager that he wasn't completely sure of winning. Elder Yu is too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly again with a harmless smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the three from the 7 Kills Valley, it was no longer pure, but hypocritical. This Duan Lingtian was too infuriating. Of course, even Dao Wei had to ask himself when he saw how confident Duan Lingtian was right now. If he was in Duan Lingtian's place, he would definitely not have the courage to use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Elder Yu. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was still making his final effort. I heard that among the young geniuses under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley, your disciple Dao Wei is ranked 3rd at most. There are still 2 people who are stronger than Dao Wei. It's said that those 2 already have the battle prowess of a high-level divine emperor. Is the 7 Kills Valley really not going to try? Who knows, I might be able to win my father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Zhen Pingfan's eyes were shining as he stared at Yu Kulian. The corners of Yu Bailian's mouth twitched when he heard this. He shook his head and said, Elder Zhen, let's not talk about this anymore. There's no way the 7 Kills Valley will use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager for this kind of battle. Of course, if Elder Zhen wants to fight with one of the middle-level god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley, we can use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Yu Kulian's words meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from the 7 Kills Valley. However, when they heard Yu Kulian's words, everyone from Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This elder of the 7 Kills Valley was one of the few god emperors in the 7 Kills Valley. How could he be so shameless? Letting a middle-level god emperor from the 7 Kills Valley fight with Elder Zhen? Zhen Pingfan was only a lower-level God Emperor. Although he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below a middle-level God Emperor in Chunyang School, there was still a large gap between him and a middle-level God Emperor. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between them. Once one reached the God Emperor realm, even if one's comprehension of the profound laws was inferior by an entire level, the difference of one's cultivation level was enough to make up for this gap and overtake it in one fell swoop. When Zhen Pingfan heard Yu Kulian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He then looked at Yu Kulian with a fake smile and said, "Elder Yu, I admit that I am not your match for a middle-level God Emperor. Why don't you and Hong Yunxiao fight me alone? If I win, the 7 Kills Valley will lose a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. If I lose, my old man's half-soul high-grade divine artifact will be lost to the 7 Kills Valley." When Zhen Pingfan said this, the smug smile on Yu Kulian's face froze slightly. Behind him, Dao Wei and the other two also had ugly expressions. They felt that Zhen Pingfan was looking down on them too much. On the other hand, other than the leaders of the various factions, everyone else in the Chunyang School looked shocked. Elder Zhen. Does he think that he can defeat the 2 lower-level God Emperors of the 7 Kills Valley by himself? Elder Zhen is only a lower-level God Emperor, right? It won't be easy for a lower-level God Emperor to fight 2 lower-level God Emperors alone, right? Although they were shocked, they also felt that since Elder Zhen dared to say this and even used his father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, he must be confident. Otherwise, wouldn't Ancestor Yun Feng break his legs? Elder Zhen, now that he had seen Zhen Pingfan's confidence and saw the frozen smile on Yu Kulian's face, Duan Lingtian was also shocked. In the past, although he knew that Zhen Pingfan was very strong and was recognized as invincible under the middle-level God Emperor realm in the Chunyang School, after all, rumors were only rumors. Moreover, who could guarantee that someone was not deliberately bragging about Zhen Pingfan's strength and flattering Zhen Pingfan? Until now, when he saw the expression on the face of the 7 Kills Valley's elder, the God Emperor expert Yu Kulian, he finally realized that Zhen Pingfan's strength was not just in name but also in reality. Elder Zhen. After the smile on his face froze for a while, Yu Kulian finally spoke with a self-deprecating expression. You must be joking. Who in the Tunglung province doesn't know that you are invincible under the lower-level God Emperor realm? You killed a lower-level God Emperor and severely injured a lower-level God Emperor as soon as you became one. This is a real battle record. Even now, I still have the soul orb you recorded at that time. Not to mention Hong Yunxiao and I, even if there were another lower-level God Emperor, they would not be able to beat you. When Yu Kulian said this, other than Duan Lingtian and the leaders of the various branches of the Chunyang School who were relatively calm, the others were quite shocked. This included Dao Wei and Yu Kulian who were standing behind Yu Kulian. This Zhen Pingfan is so strong. Dao Wei and Yu Kulian exchanged glances. When they communicated through voice transmission, they could hear the shock in each other's words. Just like that, whether it was Duan Lingtian's battle or Zhen Pingfan's battle, it came to an end. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was gone just like that. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact was not a big deal to him. After all, he had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. As for a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he also had a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, which was given to him by Linghu Renfeng when he broke into the Qianlong clan. If it was not given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he would have given it to Zhen Pingfan. Because it was given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he could not give it away casually. This was because he knew that even Linghu Renjie did not necessarily have such a divine artifact. Moreover, he planned to return that half-soul high-grade divine artifact to Linghu Renfeng in the future. I can only find another opportunity next time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Ever since he entered the Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan had taken good care of him. Along the way, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhen Pingfan. If he could give him a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was tantamount to returning Zhen Pingfan's favor. After the bet failed, the people from the Chunyang School and the 7 Kills Valley were somewhat silent. However, Although they were silent on the surface, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian, was communicating with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission. Elder Zhen, actually, it is not completely impossible for you to obtain a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhen Pingfan looked over, Yu Chanlian said, "This time, the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Morchi clan is among the people who came from the Morchi clan, Morchi Hong." "So what?" Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan said indifferently, "Even if he is stronger than your disciple, Dao Wei, there is a limit to his strength. You are all so smart. Do you think the people from the Morchi clan are idiots? You are too insignificant. A clan with a heritage of over 100,000 years, and a God-Emperor level clan at that." Of course, Zhen Pingfan knew about Morchi Hong. He was the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Morchi clan. His cultivation base was at the intermediate God-Emperor stage, and he was said to be invincible among those below the high-level God-Emperor stage. Among the younger generation of the entire Tunglung province, apart from those who might have hidden themselves, Morchi Hong was among the top 3 prodigies below the age of 10,000. At the very least, the 3 prodigies of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley were no match for Morchi Hong unless they had reached the high-level God-Emperor stage. This was because Morchi Hong had defeated the strongest prodigy of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley with 10 moves 200 years ago. Because of this, he had become famous in Tunglung province. Yu Chanlian smiled nonchalantly. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible. But what if Morchi Hong has already reached the high-level God-Emperor stage? Moreover, as far as I know, his goal in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet in 10 years' time is not to be in the top 10, but the top 3. Zhen Pingfan did not hear Yu Chanlian's last sentence. That was because the first sentence had already frightened him. Morchi Hong was already a high-level God-Emperor? Did this not mean that he had created history by becoming the first high-level God-Emperor below the age of 10,000 in the history of Tunglung province? If Morchi Hong hadn't become a high-level God-Emperor, he wouldn't have come to the trading meet. Yu Chanlian continued to say, "By the way, the person leading the Morchi clan this time is Morchi Hong's great-great-grandfather, Morchi Ju." Morchi Ju? Zhen Pingfan regained his senses when he heard Yu Bailian's words. He looked at Yu Bailian deeply before he said, "Old Yu, I heard that when you were young, you were slapped by Morchi Ju because you said too much at an inappropriate time. Are you still holding a grudge?" Chapter 3978. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Yu Chanlian's expression froze. Then, he coughed twice awkwardly. After that, he sent a sound transmission to Yu Chanlian. "You rascal, don't judge a gentleman by his small heart. Am I, Yu Chanlian, that kind of person? I'm just being nice. Do you understand? You should be familiar with Morchi Ju. He has a bad temper and is brainless. This time, he has been bragging about his great-grandson, Morchi Hong, in front of everyone. Most importantly, he cares about his reputation. You just have to provoke him. Well, casually say that Morchi Hong is worse than a dog's fart in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't be able to take it. With his bad temper, do you think he'll be able to take it? More importantly, he has a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. He doesn't even need to wait for Morchi World to send it over. It's so convenient. Furthermore, although a few other people have come from the Morchi World this time, the strongest among them is only a lesser God-Emperor. He's only a medium God-Emperor and has the highest status. Why would he listen to their advice? Trust me, you're right." Yu Chanlian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. He quickly said to Zhen Pingfan, "You rascal, don't tell anyone that I asked you to find someone to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from him. Also, don't tell anyone that I'm the one who told you that Morchi Hong has only been a upper God-Emperor for less than 100 years. He hasn't completely stabilized his cultivation yet." Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly when Yu Lanlian said this. A glint flashed across his eyes. At this time, Yu Chanlian spoke again. "Of course, this is based on the premise that Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat Morchi Hong, who has just been a upper God-Emperor for less than 100 years. Otherwise, What I'm saying is meaningless. Jinping Fan naturally understood what Yu Chanlian meant. Morchi Ju, in Jinping Fan's mind, the figure of a burly old man appeared. It was the figure of a burly old man with a head of white hair that stood up like a white-haired lion king. The other party was one of the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Morchi clan, Morchi Ju. One of the 4 god emperors of the Morchi aristocratic family. Other than the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Morchi world, the current clan head of the Morchi world was also a middle god emperor. That old man actually came personally this time. A figure once again appeared in Jinping Fan's mind. I remember that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact in his hand was a spear. Although I don't like spears, as long as half of my soul becomes a complete soul, I can change its shape at any time. Ahem. Isn't it too early for me to be thinking about this? I haven't asked Duan Lingtian if he's confident. After all, Duan Lingtian is using the old man's half-soul prominent divine weapon as a wager. If he loses, the old man will definitely skin me alive. When he thought of this, Jinping Fan finally calmed down. At this time, Elder Yu Chanlian of the 7 Kills Valley brought Duan Lingtian and the others to the place where they were arranged to stay. There were many mansions in the vast valley. This was also the place that the 7 Kills Valley had specially prepared for the students of Chunyang School. There were more than enough mansions in the valley for each person to occupy. Elder Zhen, the people from the Morchi world are in that valley. Just as Jinping Fan was about to call Duan Lingtian and ask him if he was confident in defeating a person who had just become a high-level god emperor, Yu Chanlian's voice rang in his ears again. It was unclear if Yu Chanlian had done it intentionally or not, but when he was transmitting his voice to Jinping Fan, he had subconsciously glanced at another independent valley that was about a mile away. Jinping Fan also looked in that direction, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Old Yu, if this succeeds, Jinping Fan transmitted his voice to Yu Chanlian, wanting to promise him some benefits. After all, Yu Chanlian's contribution would not go unnoticed if they really obtained Morchi Ju's high-grade divine artifact. Don't. Before Jinping Fan could finish speaking, Yu Chanlian had already guessed what he was going to say. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to refuse. As long as you don't mention me after obtaining his high-grade divine artifact, I will be eternally grateful. If that barbarian Morchi Ju finds out that it was my idea, won't he skin me alive? Yu Chanlian seemed to be still worried. Elder Zhen, you can't betray me. Of course. Jinping Fan gave Yu Chanlian a deep look. Why hadn't he realized that Yu Chanlian had such a ruthless side to him before? He remembered, Morchi Ju had slapped Yu Chanlian more than 30,000 years ago, right? How could he still remember a slap from 30,000 years ago? Originally, Jinping Fan had not forgotten this and had not thought much of it. However, now that he thought about it, his hair stood on end. He looked at Yu Chanlian with a hint of dread. Old Yu is too vengeful. In the future, either I don't make a grudge with him or I treat him as a mortal enemy. For existences below the godly monarch realm, 30,000 years might not be a big deal. They could just pass it by casually. However, existences above the godly monarch realm would fight with the heavens every day because of the millennium tribulation, hoping that they could successfully survive the next tribulation. 30,000 years meant 30 millennium tribulations. Everyone, from today until the day you leave this valley, you can cultivate and stay here. If you need anything, you can look for the disciples patrolling the vicinity of the 7 Kills Valley. The 7 Kills Valley is known as the Valley of Hospitality. The trade meet will be held in half a month. At that time, I will personally lead you to the site of the trade meet. After bidding farewell to the people of Chunyang School, Yu Chanlian left with Dao Wei and Lin Shalin as the leaders of the various branches of Chunyang School expressed their gratitude. When Dao Wei left, he still looked at Duan Lingtian with an unconvinced gaze. Duan Lingtian did not care about that. A medium godly emperor was no longer a threat to him. What a pity. Lan Shalin sighed inwardly when he saw Dao Wei leave. He had thought that Duan Lingtian and Dao Wei would fight, but it did not happen in the end. However, is Duan Lingtian so confident that he can defeat Dao Wei? He even dared to bet the Patriarch's half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Also, why does the Patriarch trust him so much? Isn't he worried that he will lose the half-soul high-quality divine artifact? As he thought of this, Lan Shilin's eyes inadvertently swept over Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. The patriarch doted on him a lot. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, there was still a gap. That was a half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had only been in Chunyang school for a few decades. Duan Lingtian, come here for a moment. Duan Lingtian finally greeted Elder Jingshu, the leader of the hidden sword branch, and found a mansion to stay in. The other people of Chunyang school also found their own mansions to stay in. He was about to cultivate when he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he left the mansion he occupied and went to Zhen Pingfan's mansion. Zhen Pingfan's mansion was nearby. He had also paid attention to the direction where Zhen Pingfan was staying, so it was not difficult to find him now. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he saw Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian saw Zhen Pingfan casually throw out a few array discs. Layers of arrays that isolated sound, divine consciousness, and vision covered the entire mansion in the blink of an eye. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Seeing how cautious Zhen Pingfan was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed from calm to solemn. Zhen Pingfan was so careful. It must be something serious. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan had a lazy smile on his face as he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the front courtyard. Then, he asked with a smile on his face, "You must have become much stronger after becoming a medium divine emperor, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have openly challenged the 3 young geniuses of the 7 Kills Valley and bet a half-soul superior divine weapon." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. However, I'm afraid the half-soul superior divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley is out of the question. Even if you ask me to challenge the 3 geniuses, I'm afraid they won't be able to make the decision. Let's not talk about the other 2 geniuses. Just look at Dao Wei. Do you think he will bet with me? Moreover, he and the other 2 geniuses don't have the right to decide the half-soul superior divine weapon. Duan Lingtian thought Zhen Pingfan wanted him to challenge Dao Wei and the other 2 geniuses and force them to bet with him. Do you think I asked you to come here because of this? Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think I'm that stupid? No matter how you provoke the 3 of them or even force them to attack you, what's the use? They have a half-soul superior divine weapon. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly at Zhen Pingfan's ridicule. I'm just worried that the temptation of a half-soul superior divine weapon will make you lose your mind, Elder Zhen. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually faded. If not for this, why did you ask me to come here? Because Zhen Pingfan had asked him about his current strength, he didn't think that Zhen Pingfan wanted to challenge the person in the 7 Kills Valley who had a half-soul superior divine weapon. Forget it. Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared straight at Duan Lingtian. He asked, "Tell me directly. Do you have the confidence to defeat a superior divine emperor who has only been a superior divine emperor for 100 years? Before he broke through, his strength should be slightly stronger than Dao Wei and the other 3 geniuses of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley. Of course, his strength is limited." At this point, Zhen Pingfan coughed dryly. His strength is limited. Seeing Zhen Pingfan's unnatural expression, Duan Lingtian immediately felt that something was amiss. He quickly asked, "How is it limited?" Zhen Pingfan smiled awkwardly. "Actually, it's nothing much. That person, 200 years ago, defeated the strongest person of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley in 10 moves." Chapter 3979. He was also a middle-level divine emperor, but he had defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley in 10 moves. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him mockingly. "Elder Zhen, is this what you meant by, 'It's actually nothing'? A middle-level divine emperor who had such strength 200 years ago and broke through to become a high-level divine emperor 100 years ago. Do you think I can defeat him? You have a lot of confidence in me." Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and laugh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no lack of outstanding young geniuses in Tunglung province who were under the age of 10,000 years old. Now, the person Zhen Pingfan was talking about, in his opinion, among the young geniuses in Tunglung province who were under the age of 10,000 years old, there was almost no one who could defeat him. Are you confident? Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. After all, I don't know how well he has consolidated his cultivation since he just became a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended. Moreover, he defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley 200 years ago. I don't know how strong that person is. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, who's the person you're talking about? Zhen Pingfan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He did not hide anything and said bluntly, Morchi Hong from the Morchi family. The Morchi family. Duan Lingtian naturally knew about this family. The Morchi family was one of the top forces in Tunglung province who had gone to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. The Morchi family was an emperor god-level family in Tunglung province that was as famous as the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley. They were very powerful and had many emperor gods in their sect. However, compared to the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley, the Morchi family was more mysterious to a certain extent. After all, as a family, they would not casually recruit disciples. Even if they recruited disciples, they would only recruit disciples from the branch family. Even if they were talented disciples from the branch family, they would not be willing to join the Morchi family. In this sort of situation, the experts in the Morchi clan were basically all members of the Morchi clan. They were all people with the surname Morchi. Of course, this did not mean that the Morchi family did not have any geniuses with other surnames. The Morchi family also welcomed geniuses and would make all kinds of promises. Sometimes, in order to recruit and retain a genius, the Morchi family would often introduce outstanding disciples from the family to the genius and use marriage as a method to make the genius stay in the Morchi family. At the same time, through marriage, the Morchi family had bound many emperor god-level and emperor god-level clans in Tunglung province. Almost all of the geniuses from these clans eventually joined the Morchi family. Because of this, as a family with limitations, the Morchi family grew stronger in Tunglung province and had been passed down to this day. After all, in terms of inheritance, a family could not be compared to a sect in many aspects. A sect did not care about blood ties, but a family could not avoid this. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when the people from the Morchi family had come to recruit him, they had not only offered a generous price, but they had also promised to marry the most outstanding female disciple of the Morchi family's younger generation who was equally outstanding in terms of appearance and temperament. Apart from recruiting Duan Lingtian into the Morchi family, it was obvious that they also wanted to bind Duan Lingtian to the Morchi family. Morchi Hong. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Morchi Hong before. Morchi Hong was the strongest person in the Morchi family's younger generation under 10,000 years old. It was said that even the second strongest person in the Morchi family could not last more than 10 moves against him. This rumor had started several hundred years ago. Morchi Hong was the most monstrous existence under 10,000 years old in the history of the Morchi family. Many people even said that he had a chance of becoming a god emperor before the age of 12,000. It should be known that even the former monstrous genius of the Chunyang school, Yi Chenfeng, who was the current old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, had only become a god emperor when he was 13,000 years old. Before that, Yi Chenfeng had created history in Tunglung province by breaking the record for the fastest time to become a god emperor in Tunglung province. Duan Lingtian had only heard about this from Zhen Pingfan after meeting Yi Chenfeng. Many people thought that Morchi Hong of the Morchi family would be able to break Yi Chenfeng's record. He actually became a high-level god emperor 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian remembered that Morchi Hong was only a little over 8,000 years old. Originally, he had thought that the Morchi family had deliberately spread the rumor and exaggerated it. However, it seemed like it was not impossible for Morchi Hong to become a god emperor before the age of 12,000. Elder Zhen, you want me to defeat Morchi Hong? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan and asked with a smile, "Are you worried that I will be defeated by him in the 7 Prefectures banquet? However, if you are really worried about this, I don't think it's necessary. If Mo Qihong has really become a high-level God Emperor, he will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet. Based on his strength as a middle-level God Emperor, he might even be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head at this point. Chunyang School only expects me to be in the top 10. If I enter the top 10, I won't have to worry about defeating him. Duan Lingtian said. I'm not worried about the 7 Prefectures banquet. Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. If it's the 7 Prefectures banquet, what do I have to worry about? As you said, if you only enter the top 10, he won't be able to affect you much no matter how strong he is. You brat. Isn't it because you mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact that I'm interested? The 7 Kills Valley will definitely not take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact to bet with you. However, the Morchi family has a chance. Zhen Pingfan rubbed his temple with his right middle finger and sighed softly. However, if you don't have the confidence to defeat Mo Qihong, you are destined to miss this opportunity. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. So, he was the one who had caused this matter in the first place? When he mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, not only did Elder Zhen take notice of it, but he also targeted the Morchi family. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Even if it's the Morchi family, I'm afraid Mo Qihong isn't a fool, right? If I take the initiative to bet the half-soul high-grade divine artifact with them, do you think they will agree? Maybe they are like Elder Yu from the 7 Kills Valley. They might think that we are confident and that's why they dare to make the bet. This matter concerns the half-soul high-grade divine artifact. It's not that simple. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. It's not that simple. However, there is indeed an opportunity now. When Zhen Pingfan saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he immediately relayed the contents of the voice transmission between him and the 7 Kills Valley's elder Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was stunned. Elder Yu actually remembered the slap from 30,000 years ago until now? I really didn't expect that Elder Yu, who looks so kind and amiable, to be such a vengeful person. If Elder Zhen didn't tell me personally, I wouldn't have believed it. Duan Lingtian sighed. I also just found out. Zhen Pingfan also sighed. Most importantly, I have interacted with old Yu a few times in the past and thought that he was a decent person. However, I really didn't expect him to be so vengeful. Fortunately, I don't have any enmity with him. Otherwise, I'm really worried that he would set me up one day. Zhen Pingfan's words sent a chill down Duan Lingtian's spine. This kind of person was indeed terrifying. If they became enemies, they had to kill the other party. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky one sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roughly understood Zhen Pingfan's thoughts. Mo Qihong, the Golden Throne old ancestor of the Morchi family, was obstinate and self-opinionated. If Duan Lingtian could infuriate him, coupled with his confidence in Mo Qihong, he would most likely agree to the wager. Now, the key was whether Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Mo Qihong. Elder Zhen, I don't dare to make any guarantees about this matter. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn as he said, I can only say that we need to understand Mo Qihong first. At the very least, we need to know the profundities of the law he comprehended and the method he used to activate his bloodline power. Give me as much detail as you can. Besides, you have to tell me how much stronger he has become after becoming a high-level divine emperor. Lin Feng continued, he's a high-level divine emperor now. I can only do a rough estimate if I'm confident. Otherwise, it's better if we don't make this wager. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not want to harm Zhen Pingfan and Jin Yunfeng in the process of obtaining a half-soul prominent divine weapon. If Mo Qihong was only a mid-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian would not have to worry so much. However, the problem was that Mo Qihong was a high-level divine emperor. I'll ask around in the next few days. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan nodded solemnly. I'll let you know when I get more information. At that time, if you're confident, we can make a wager. If you can't defeat me, then forget it. I don't want my old man to kill me. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian was also amused. On the third day after Duan Lingtian left Zhen Pingfan's place and returned to his residence, he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. During these 3 days, Zhen Pingfan had also gathered information about Mochi Hong from various sources and told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the Mochi clan. Not only did he tell Duan Lingtian about the profundities of the law that Mochi Hong had comprehended, but he also told Duan Lingtian about Mochi Hong's advancement in his cultivation base. It could be said that as long as Mochi Hong did not deliberately hide anything, all his information would be exposed to Duan Lingtian. Are you confident? Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in Zhen Pingfan's voice when he asked. Yes. Chapter 3980. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's urgent inquiry, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he slowly said, if he's not hiding anything. I'm confident. Even if he's hiding something, as long as it's not too exaggerated to the extent that we can't imagine, we'll still be able to fight to a draw. Elder Zhen, please inform Elder Yunfeng. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's last sentence, Zhen Pingfan, who was in the nearby mansion, suddenly brightened. Then, he replied excitedly, all right. Originally, he did not have much hope after learning about Mochi Hong's strength. However, he did not expect that after he told Duan Lingtian in detail about the increase in his battle prowess after becoming a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, as well as Mochi Hong's current strength, Duan Lingtian still replied in such a manner. Duan Lingtian was only one step away from telling him that he was confident. At this moment, he muttered in his heart, Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't trick me. I'll believe you this time. If I lose, even if my old man doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll take you with me when the time comes. That's loyal enough, right? Otherwise, if I run away, my old man will have nowhere to vent his anger. Maybe he'll vent his anger on you. After taking a deep breath, Zhen Pingfan sent a message to Yunfeng in Chunyang School. After receiving Zhen Pingfan's message, the first thing he said was, are you crazy? You want Duan Lingtian and Mochi Hong to fight? You want to wager a half-soul high-quality divine weapon? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? Do you believe that I won't break your legs if you say one more word? Zhen Yunfeng was really angry. If Duan Lingtian and the 3 brats from the 7 Kills Valley were to bet on half a soul high-grade divine artifact, the chances of winning would be 100%, but now, his son seemed to be in the mood for gambling. He actually wanted Duan Lingtian to bet with Mochi Hong of the Mochi family for half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Are you my son or Mochi Ju's son? Why are you in such a hurry to give my half-soul high-grade divine artifact to that old bastard Mochi Ju? Father, let me finish. Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. He felt that his father's reaction was normal. The people from the 7 Kills Valley aren't idiots. The people from the Mochi family aren't idiots either. You should be clear about this. 7 Kills Valley isn't willing to gamble because they aren't confident. But the Mochi family, do you think they don't have the confidence? Moreover, given Mochi Ju's temper, do you think he would refuse this bet if I intentionally provoked him? Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Of course he wouldn't refuse. If I were him, why would I refuse when someone is so eager to give me a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Zhen Yunfeng suddenly felt that he had spoiled his son too much in the past. If he hadn't confirmed that this son was his own, he would have suspected that this son of his was an illegitimate son of the Mochi family. How could this be? I, your father, only have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Father. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The situation you're talking about is the situation where Duan Lingtian loses. But haven't you thought about what would happen if Duan Lingtian wins? When Zhen Pingfan said this, Zhen Yunfeng was silent for a while. Then, he unhurriedly said, impossible. He knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm. If Duan Lingtian consolidated his cultivation base as an intermediate divine emperor, He believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat an ordinary advanced divine emperor. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate divine emperor realm for 2 years. In these 2 years, he had only just begun to consolidate his cultivation base. Even if Duan Lingtian was a genius, it would be difficult for him to consolidate his cultivation base as an intermediate divine emperor in less than 10 years. That's right. Father, if you think it's impossible, then Morchi Ju and the people from the Morchi family must think it's impossible as well. Under such circumstances, how could they refuse the temptation of a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? This time, Zhen Pingfan didn't give his father a chance to speak. He told his father everything he had learned in the past few days. In the past few days, I've basically grasped Morchi Hong's situation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian also gave me a response. He said that if Morchi Hong didn't conceal his strength, he's confident he'll be able to defeat him. Moreover, even if Morchi Hong has concealed his strength, as long as it's not too exaggerated, he's confident he'll be able to fight Morchi Hong to a draw. Father, even if you don't trust me, don't tell me you don't trust Duan Lingtian. Previously, you told me that although Duan Lingtian is young, he's more mature than me. Now, you're not going to deny what you said, right? Zhen Pingfan asked. Did Duan Lingtian really say that? Zhen Yunfeng asked after a moment of silence. Although he had not spent much time with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a person who spoke without thinking. With Duan Lingtian's character, he wouldn't act recklessly. Yes. Zhen Pingfan said confidently, why don't I make a trip back now and help you exchange soul pearls so you can contact each other? There's no need for that. Zhen Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before he said, tell me what you know about Morchi Hong. I'll try to find out more about him. As for Duan Lingtian, ask him about him as well so I can make a comparison. If it's not too risky, there's no harm in taking a gamble. At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng was clearly tempted as well. However, he still wanted to confirm it himself. No matter what, it was related to the ownership of the prominent soul artifact in his possession. His prominent soul artifact had been nurtured for many years before it gave birth to a prominent soul artifact. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to give birth to a prominent soul artifact. Perhaps, before he could even give birth to a prominent soul artifact, he would not be able to survive the 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation and die. All right. Zhen Pingfan knew how cautious his father was. Without hesitation, he told Duan Lingtian about his investigation. Then, he asked about Duan Lingtian's situation. When he heard about Duan Lingtian's situation, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, you brat, no wonder you said you were confident. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the 7 Kills Valley. On this day, the elder of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Kalian, once again arrived at the valley where Duan Lingtian and the other disciples of the Chunyang school were at. He was preparing to lead the group of disciples of the Chunyang school to the site of the trade meet. The trade meet would last for 3 days. 3 days was not a long time, but it was enough for the people of the 5 top god-level forces in Tunglung province to complete some transactions. This time, the people of the various forces brought a lot of things to sell or exchange for other things they needed. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, let's go. After Zhen Pingfan led the people of the Chunyang school, including Duan Lingtian, into the air, Yu Kulian greeted them with a smile. This time, Yu Kulian came alone. He did not bring his disciple, Dao Wei. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that Yu Kulian's gaze suddenly shifted to the sky above another valley in the distance. There, an elder of the 7 Kills Valley was also preparing to set off with a group of people. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, the people of the Morchi family are also preparing to go. Let's go over and greet them, and then we'll go together. What do you think? Yu Kulian smiled and asked for the opinions of Zhen Pingfan and Elder Jing Shu of the Zong family. All right. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he exchanged a meaningful look with Yu Kulian. Then, he led the people of the Chunyang school to meet up with the people of the Morchi family under Yu Kulian's lead. This time, there were nearly 100 people from the Chunyang school who had come. As for the Morchi family's side, there were also close to 100 people who had come. It was a majestic sight. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and his group approaching, the people of the opposite group who had just set off stopped when they saw the elder of the Seven Kills Valley. Elder Morchi. After Yu Kulian took the initiative to greet the burly old man who was the leader of the Morchi family, Zhen Pingfan also greeted the burly old man. Senior Uncle Morchi, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. The burly old man was dressed in a loose dark golden robe. His expression was firm and dignified. When he greeted Yu Kulian and Zhen Pingfan, he merely glanced at Yu Kulian indifferently. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan, a faint smile appeared on his stiff but firm face. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan is leading the group from the Chunyang school this time? The burly old man was none other than Morchi family's golden seat elder, Morchi Ju. Morchi Ju. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the crowd. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes when he looked at Morchi Ju. Is this the person whom Elder Yu Kulian has hated for more than 30,000 years? Yes. Zhen Pingfan replied with a smile. At the same time, his eyes lit up when he looked at the silver-robed young man who was walking side by side with a few other old men behind Morchi Ju. This must be Senior Uncle Morchi's genius great-great-grandson, right? The silver-robed young man had a cold and handsome face. He had a cold temperament. When Zhen Pingfan looked at him, he also stared at Zhen Pingfan. Hong this is your junior Uncle Zhen. He's the strongest person below the intermediate God Emperor in Chunyang School. Although Morchi Ju did not turn his head, it was obvious that he was talking to the young man. When the young man heard this, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. He cupped his hands slightly and said, "Greetings, Junior Uncle Zhen. I'm Morchi Hong." "Not bad." Zhen Pingfan nodded and said with a smile, "He's indeed a man of striking appearance. However, he's still a little lacking compared to our Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian." No one had expected Zhen Pingfan to suddenly say this. His words came out of nowhere, and it was obviously not at the right time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Yu Kulian, everyone present was stunned. "Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that?" Morchi Hong's expression changed, and the faint smile on Morchi Ju's face disappeared instantly. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan again, his eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 3981. At this moment, not only were the people from the Chunyang school stunned, but even the people from the Morchi clan were stunned. Even the elder from the Seven Kills Valley, who was about to bring the people from the Morchi clan to the trade fair, was stunned. No one had expected Zhen Pingfan, who had been polite to Morchi Ju a moment ago, to suddenly belittle Morchi Hong. Moreover, he had done it in front of Morchi Ju. Everyone knew that Morchi Hong was Morchi Ju's proudest descendant. All this while, Morchi Ju had treated him as the face of the younger generation. Whenever he encountered a middle-level god emperor in the Eastern Mountain Ridge Prefecture who he wasn't a match for, he would say, "Although my strength is slightly inferior to yours, it would be difficult to find someone who is slightly inferior to my great-grandson, Morchi Hongi, among your junior." As for Morchi Ju, he viewed Morchi Hong as the face of his sect. Furthermore, he valued Morchi Hong the most among the younger generation. Among the 5 great peak god emperor level powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, there were probably very few who didn't know about this. As an elder from the Chunyang school, it was impossible for Zhen Pingfan not to know about this. Because of this, everyone was stunned by Zhen Pingfan's sudden change in attitude. Although Duan Lingtian and Yu Chanlian were not as stunned as the others, they were still caught off guard. Although they knew that Zhen Pingfan would provoke Morchi Ju and take the opportunity to challenge him to a duel, they did not expect that Zhen Pingfan would be so impatient. I thought that he would only make things difficult for Morchi Ju after he arrived at the trade fair. Yu Chanlian inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian as he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Me too." Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile. At this moment, apart from Zhen Pingfan himself, he and Yu Chanlian were probably the only ones who knew why Zhen Pingfan had suddenly changed his attitude. Is Zhen Pingfan crazy? As for the other members of the Morchi family, They returned to their senses and stared at Zhen Pingfan with unfriendly gazes. Although they weren't a match for Zhen Pingfan, the leader of the Morchi family this time was Morchi Ju, a medial celestial the arch who was stronger than Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan was nothing in front of this golden seat elder of the Morchi family. Elder Zhen, the people of Chunyang School, led by Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword Branch, all looked at Zhen Pingfan's back with either confusion or worry in their eyes. Was Elder Zhen not afraid of infuriating Morchi Ju? Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that? Zhen Pingfan's expression didn't change in the face of Morchi Ju's question. At the same time, he didn't respond to Morchi Ju immediately. Instead, he called out to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, come here." Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, he stepped forward and stood beside Zhen Pingfan. "Martial Uncle Morchi, do you know what I mean now?" Zhen Pingfan pointed at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "Our Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian should be better than your great-great-grandson, Morchi Hong, in terms of appearance and temperament, right? There are so many people here. They should be discerning people." Zhen Pingfan smiled brilliantly as if he didn't see the anger that was gradually rising in Morchi Ju's eyes. Morchi Ju glanced at Duan Lingtian and sneered. "So what if he's good-looking? Don't tell me he's going to live off a woman. If he can't make it into the top 10 in the upcoming 7 Prefectures feast, I'm afraid he won't be able to answer to Chunyang School, right? As far as I know, Chunyang School has invested a lot of resources on him." Morchi Ju's sneer deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but feel resentful when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words and saw that Duan Lingtian's appearance and temperament were indeed better than his great-great-grandson, Morchi Hong. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhen Pingfan, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhen Pingfan. Moreover, Zhen Yunfeng was famous for being protective of his own people. In the past, a lesser god emperor from another top emperor god force in Tunglung province had bullied the weak and injured Zhen Pingfan, who hadn't even become a god emperor yet. Zhen Yunfeng had personally killed that lesser god emperor and seriously injured him. Even now, that lesser god emperor hadn't recovered from his closed-door cultivation. It was said that lesser god emperor might not be able to survive the next few millennium tribulations. Morchi Ju was afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, so he vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had refused to join the Morchi family in the past, which had made him resentful as well. This time, he had vented all his anger. "Duan Lingtian, how can you tolerate this?" Upon hearing Morchi Ju's words, the smile on Zhen Pingfan's face didn't change. It was as though he wasn't angry at Morchi Ju's words at all. At the moment, he was sending a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to mock him. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he knew that Zhen Pingfan wanted him to provoke Morchi Ju so that he could win the bet with Morchi Hong. "Elder Morchi." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he glanced at Morchi Ju and said indifferently, "You keep saying that I, Duan Lingtian, am weak. I wonder how much you know about me, Duan Lingtian. Although you are a senior, you can't simply spread rumors, right?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned cold. Morchi Ju hadn't expected that a young brat like Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was so angry that he started laughing. "What? Don't tell me that a young brat like you thinks that I'm underestimating you. In my eyes, that bit of strength of yours is really nothing." When Morchi Ju reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian sneered. "Of course I can't be compared to you, Elder Morchi, who is a celestial emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, know my place. However, if I, Duan Lingtian, live until your age, I don't think I'll be any weaker than you, Elder Morchi." Duan Lingtian looked at Morchi Ju deeply when he said that. When Morchi Ju heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face darkened immediately. He naturally knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't even 3,000 years old. When he was Duan Lingtian's age, he hadn't even attained the Celestial Emperor realm. He couldn't be compared to Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already attained the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm. That's right. Morchi Ju had already learned about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm from the other members of the Morchi family. On the other hand, The members of the Morchi family had also learned about it from the members of the Seven Kills Valley. Even if the news wasn't spread by Yu Chanlian, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, it must have been spread by Dao Wei and the other two who had followed him that day. How dare you? At the same time, Morchi Hong, who had an unsightly expression on his face, took 2 steps forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you think you're worthy of being compared to my profound ancestor? So what if you're talented? Are you sure that you'll live to my ancestor Xian's age? In this world, there are countless geniuses who die prematurely. Before Morchi Hong could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Morchi Hong, are you threatening me? Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold at this moment. Even his voice was bone-chilling. So what if I am? Morchi Hong sneered. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was just an intermediate celestial emperor. Even if Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary advanced celestial emperor, Morchi Hong didn't think much of him. Morchi Hong had just become an advanced celestial emperor. Even though he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, he had still defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders of the Morchi family. What was Duan Lingtian to him? Moreover, he wasn't worried that the experts of the Chunyang school would make things difficult for him. What a joke! His ancestor Xian was an intermediate celestial emperor. Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person in the Chunyang school. Even though he was known as the strongest person below the intermediate celestial emperor level in Chunyang school, he wasn't a match for his ancestor Xian. Morchi Hong, just as Zhen Pingfan was about to reprimand Morchi Hong, Duan Lingtian raised his hand to stop him. Many people from the Morchi family were looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly. They were waiting for a good show. Duan Lingtian looked at Morchi Hong and smiled faintly. I've heard that you, Morchi Hong, have become an advanced celestial emperor. Is that true? Morchi Hong raised his head proudly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. However, he didn't say anything. It was as though he couldn't be bothered to answer Duan Lingtian's question. Actually, Duan Lingtian said casually, even if you've become an advanced celestial emperor, you're nothing in my eyes. I, Duan Lingtian, was able to kill 2 intermediate celestial emperors when I was a lower celestial emperor. Now that I've become an intermediate celestial emperor, I don't really care about people like you who have just become an advanced celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. Was he trying to provoke them? Duan Lingtian, at this moment, even the expression of Elder Jing Shu from the Hidden Sword progeny changed. He was confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat any young prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. However, Duan Lingtian was facing Morchi Hong. Morchi Hong was a monstrous genius from the Morchi family. He had become an advanced celestial emperor before the age of 10,000. Moreover, it was said that when he had just become an advanced celestial emperor, he had defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders from the Morchi family. Now, Duan Lingtian, who had just become an intermediate celestial emperor for less than 2 years, was challenging Morchi Hong, who had been an advanced celestial emperor for 100 years. Ha 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 ha, Morchi Hong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he soon burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can kill an intermediate celestial emperor when you're just a lower celestial emperor? The 2 intermediate celestial emperors that you killed were at the bottom of the intermediate celestial emperors. I, Morchi Hong, could also kill them when I was a lower celestial emperor. You actually dare to compare me, Morchi Hong, with trash like that? Morchi Hong's gaze that stared at Duan Lingtian became even colder. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he saw this. Duan Lingtian was much more ruthless than he had imagined. If he were Morchi Ju and his grandson, he wouldn't be able to tolerate this either. Chapter 3982. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, Zhen Pingfan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. At the same time, his aura fluctuated as he stared at Morchi Ju. He was afraid that Morchi Ju would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian. In my eyes, you're just like them. You're trash. These were Duan Lingtian's words. As soon as these words left his mouth, Not only did Mo Hong's expression change, but even Mo Ju's expression also changed. A terrifying aura swept out from his body. "Brat, do you want to die?" Mo Ju's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. "Marshal Uncle Mo." At this moment, Jin Pingfan spoke. He felt that if he did not step forward, Duan Lingtian might really provoke Mo Ju to attack. Duan Lingtian is used to being a genius. Whenever he sees someone who's not as good as him, he thinks they're trash. Actually, he doesn't have any ill intentions. As soon as Jin Pingfan's words left his mouth, the people from Chunyang School who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety were speechless. "Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Are you trying to say that Duan Lingtian isn't dying fast enough?" Elder Mo Ju. At this moment, the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingshu stepped forward and stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian. He looked at Mo Ju calmly and said, "My master owes Duan Lingtian a huge favor. Although I don't know what kind of favor it is, my master once said that he can kill a mid-level god emperor for Duan Lingtian to return the favor." As soon as these words left his mouth, Mo Ju's expression changed drastically. He stared at the Elder Jingshu and said, "Yi Tong, are you threatening me?" Yi Tong was the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingshu. He was also the disciple of the Hidden Sword faction's old ancestor, Yi Chenfeng. Naturally, Mo Ju knew him. "I wouldn't dare." Yi Tong smiled faintly. "I'm just reminding Elder Mo Ju to avoid unimportant conflicts." "Humph." Mo Ju snorted coldly. Although his gaze was still cold when he looked at Yi Tong, he did not continue on this topic. Yi Chenfeng. In Chunyang School, he was even more terrifying than Jin Yunfeng. So much so that the other two gold seat elders of the Mo clan, as well as the clan leader, unanimously believed that Yi Chenfeng was definitely one of the two strongest people in Chunyang School. Jin Yunfeng was at most in the top 3. He was even afraid of Jin Yunfeng, let alone Yi Chenfeng. Of course, he knew Yi Tong. He was Yi Chenfeng's disciple. Although he was older than Yi Chenfeng, Yi Tong's respect for Yi Chenfeng was well known even in the top circle of Tunglung province. Since it was related to Yi Chenfeng, he would not lie. When Mo Ju looked at Duan Lingtian again, the haze on his face became heavier. His tone was extremely cold. "Today, for the sake of Jin Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng, I won't bicker with a junior like you. Otherwise, even if I can't do anything to you, I'll let my great-grandson teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." There was no doubt that Mo Ju's words meant one thing. "If I, Mo Ju, bullied you, Duan Lingtian, I'm bullying the weak. However, if my great-grandson attacks you, it won't be considered bullying the weak. Even Jin Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng won't be able to say anything. Duan Lingtian, are you saying that I'm trash?" Mo Hong's expression was extremely ugly when he saw that his great-ancestor was at a disadvantage. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him in a deep voice. "Am I wrong?" Duan Lingtian did not back down. Instead, he retorted, "I, Duan Lingtian, am not even 3,000 years old, but I'm already a mid-level godly emperor. I'm confident that I'll become a high-level godly emperor before I'm 4,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old, but you're only a high-level godly emperor. Do you think you're not trash?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused Mo Hong's face to turn red. Flames of anger could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, even the other members of the Mo clan felt a surge of anger. How did this Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School survive until today with such a foul mouth? They felt that it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to survive until today. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect was also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would directly stand out and confront Mo Ju and Mo Hong from the Mo clan head-on. Duan Lingtian is courting death. Naturally, there were also people who were gloating. Lan Shalin from the Chunyang School's righteous faction was one of them. He could not wait for Duan Lingtian to fall. He would be happier if Duan Lingtian was killed. However, he knew that was unrealistic. "Elder Jin, did you teach him that?" Yu Chanlian, an elder from the Seven Kills Valley, asked through voice transmission as he looked at Jin Pingfan in shock. He thought it was Jin Pingfan who told Duan Lingtian to provoke Mo Hong and Mo Hong. However, was this not too much? Was Zhen Pingfan not afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Morchi Ju when he was alone? Morchi Ju was not a good person. He would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Yu Chanlian's words. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he did not say anything. He would just take it as a yes. He did not want Yu Chanlian to spread the news in the future. If Morchi Ju heard about it, he would really hate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, why didn't I realize that his mouth was so annoying before? Now, even I think that he is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian did not know how to provoke. If the results were not good, it would be difficult to carry out the next step of the bet. However, it seemed that the results were not only good, but also too good. Moreover, let's not talk about age. Morchi Hong was so angry that his eyes were red and his body was trembling. He continued, Duan Lingtian, you, Morchi Hong, are just a piece of trash who has just become a high-level divine emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, don't even take you seriously. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that ignited Morchi Hong, who was already on the verge of exploding. Morchi Hong was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, do you mean I'm not a match for you even though I've been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years? You've only been a medium divine emperor for 2 years. Do you think that you are stronger than me now? Morchi Hong asked coldly. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he nodded. Although you are a piece of trash, you are not stupid. Initially, Morchi Hong was still furious. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he calmed down immediately. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Do you really think you're stronger than me? If that's the case, do you dare to fight with me? I don't think so, right? You said in front of so many people that you think I'm weaker than you now. Unless you want to refute your own words now, Morchi Hong said as he took a step forward. The moment Morchi Hong's words left his mouth, he took a step forward. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he said, I, Morchi Hong, a disciple of the Morchi clan, challenged the pure Sunsex disciple, Duan Lingtian, in front of all the seniors. Morchi Hong challenged Duan Lingtian directly. He was at a disadvantage when it came to words. However, when Morchi Hong heard Duan Lingtian said he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, he knew he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he seized this opportunity. At that time, not only would his great ancestor not be humiliated, but he would not be humiliated as well. Otherwise, if news of them doing nothing despite Duan Lingtian provoking them today spread out, they would definitely lose face. Duan Lingtian, accept the challenge. The young disciples of the Morchi clan could no longer sit still when they heard Morchi Hong's words. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say you're stronger than big brother Morchi Hong? Why don't you prove it now? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you're only good at talking. We clearly heard what you said earlier. You said that big brother Morchi Hong's current strength is inferior to yours. That's right. Now that big brother Morchi Hong is challenging you, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, you'll be slapping your own face. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is only good at talking. The group of young disciples from the Morchi clan had been suppressing their anger because of Duan Lingtian's provocation. Now that they had a chance to vent, they would not miss it. On the other hand, the people from the Chunyang school were silent. It was not that they were unwilling to help Duan Lingtian, but they did not know how to help him. Were they supposed to cheer for Duan Lingtian and ask him to defeat Morchi Hong? In their opinion, that was impossible. It was no different from a fantasy story. Even the hidden sword faction's elder Jingshu, Yi Tong, frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke. Morchi Hong, do you want to challenge me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, but the faint smile remained on his face. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Morchi Hong sneered. At this moment, Morchi Ju, who was standing beside Morchi Hong, no longer looked angry. He glanced at his great-grandson beside him with a satisfied smile on his face. Earlier, he had realized that it was inappropriate for him to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. Therefore, he had given his great-grandson some advice. And now, His great-great-grandson didn't disappoint him. What's there to be afraid of? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and yawned lazily. However, Duan Lingtian, will fight with trash. If there's no prize, I won't agree to it. I won't even make a move. If I have the time, I might as well go back and take an afternoon nap. The sneer on Mo Chi Hong's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What kind of prize do you want? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's proposal was equivalent to giving him something. Since that was the case, why should he refuse? It's coming. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan's heart was in turmoil. However, he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. Zhen Pingfan, calm down, isn't it just a half-soul prominent divine artifact? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Duan Lingtian, let's forget about it. Zhen Pingfan, who tried his best to maintain a natural expression, shook his head and sighed at this moment, and then he said to Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be impatient to have a battle with him. It won't be too late to find an opportunity after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ends. Chapter 3983. Wait until the 7 prefectures' banquet ends? As Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Mo Chi Hong stared at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, you'll have to wait until the 7 prefectures' banquet ends. Since you've seen my strength, I'm afraid you won't have the courage to make a bet with me anymore. It's better to have a bet today than to pick a date. Let's see if you, Duan Lingtian, are really strong or if you're just good at talking. Mo Chi Hong said coldly. Let's do it today then. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Similar to Mo Chi Hong, he ignored Zhen Pingfan's words. Tell me about the bet. The mocking smile on Mo Chi Hong's face deepened. As long as it's something that the Mo Chi clan and I can take out, I'll bet with you. Our Mo Chi clan definitely doesn't lack anything that you have. Our Mo Chi clan doesn't lack anything that you don't have. Upon hearing Mo Chi Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Mo Chi Hong, although your innate talent and strength are trash, you're quite straightforward. Since that's the case, let's bet a high-quality divine artifact today. Mo Chi Hong smiled disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. And here I thought you, Duan Lingtian, were going to bet something. Just a prominent god weapon? As expected of someone from a small place. You're too narrow-minded. A high-grade divine artifact is no different from trash in the eyes of Mo Chi Hong. Why don't you take out something more valuable? As far as I know, you can refine Peak King grade divine pills at will. Take out 100 Peak King grade divine pills, and I'll take out something of equivalent value to bet with you. 100 Peak King grade divine pills. One had to admit that Mo Chi Hong's appetite was huge. 100 Peak King grade divine pills? Duan Lingtian finally realized he had made a mistake earlier. He had forgotten to say half-soul prominent god weapon and had only said the words prominent god weapon. Next, would he continue to make the same mistake? In that case, neither Elder Zhen nor Elder Yunfeng would have to bear too much pressure. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, a glint flashed in the depth of his eyes. What a big appetite! Hearing Mo Chi Hong's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. You should know that I can only refine 1 extreme king grade divine pellet every time I open my cauldron. 100 limit king level divine pills. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Seeing Duan Lingtian frown, Mo Chi Hong sneered. What? It's just a small bet, and you still don't want to come out? A small bet? Duan Lingtian chuckled. If you want me to take out 100 limit king grade divine pills to bet with you, it's not impossible. Unless, you can take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire place fell silent. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He could see now that Duan Lingtian wanted to use the extreme king-grade divine pills he had refined to bet with Mo Chi Hong a half-soul high-grade god artifact. However, would Duan Lingtian agree to it? 100 limit king-grade divine pills were indeed precious, but in terms of value, they were not comparable to a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Duan Lingtian. Is he doing this on purpose? Many people from Chunyang School looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. Most of them had the same thought. The people from the Morchi clan also had the same thought. Someone even sneered, "I think Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School doesn't dare to fight with brother Morchi Hong. How dare he use a half-soul high-grade god artifact to bet? I'm afraid he thinks brother Morchi Hong won't be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That's why he's making such a bet." Don't tell me he doesn't know that although brother Morchi Hong can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact, the old ancestor can, right? I'm afraid he doesn't know our old ancestor has a half-soul high-grade god artifact. When the people from the Morchi clan looked at Duan Lingtian again, they looked at him mockingly as though they were looking at an idiot. "Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll give up on this bet because I can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact?" Morchi Hong seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. He smiled coldly and said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid today's bet. I don't have a half-soul high-grade god artifact, but I can borrow it from my old ancestor." The moment Morchi Hong's words left his mouth, Morchi Ju frowned slightly. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, the frown on his face disappeared. It seemed like Duan Lingtian really did think his great-great-grandson would not be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact and use this as an excuse to refuse the bet. "Hong Morchi Ju sent a voice transmission to Morchi Hong. "Tell him he wants 300 limited king-grade divine pills. A mere 100 limited king-grade divine pills isn't worthy of a half-soul high-grade god artifact." At this moment, Morchi Ju was also planning to lend his half-soul high-grade god artifact to his great-great-grandson since he felt there was no chance of him losing. Morchi Ju's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. "Duan Lingtian, what a good idea. You want to bet a half-soul high-grade god artifact with just 100 limited king-grade divine pills?" Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Morchi Hong added, "I'll lend my old ancestor's half-soul high-grade god artifact to you for 300 limited king-grade divine pills." Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Morchi Hong's words. "Morchi Hong, I think you're afraid to bet with me, right? I'm curious. Can your Morchi clan take out so many limited king-grade divine pills in one go? However, your Morchi clan has a few half-soul high-grade god artifacts. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills with your half-soul high-grade god artifact. If you don't dare to bet, then forget it. In any case, you're just SOSO in my eyes. I'll defeat you during the Seven Mansions banquet and prove my strength." Duan Lingtian said as he turned around and prepared to leave. "Fine. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills." When Morchi Hong saw that Duan Lingtian was trying to find an excuse to avoid the bet, he was certain that Duan Lingtian had a guilty conscience. Naturally, this was also an order from his old ancestor. After all, he would definitely win. 100 limited king-grade divine pills was not bad. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan felt his mind go blank. He agreed just like that. 100 limited king-grade divine pills for a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Although limited king-grade divine pills were rare, even the best divine alchemists in Tunglung province could not refine them often. However, it was possible to refine some limited king-grade divine pills with some time. In fact, the value of 100 limited king-grade divine pills in Tunglung province was far less than a half-soul high-grade god artifact. In a place like Tunglung province, a half-soul high-grade god artifact could be said to be a priceless treasure. Under normal circumstances, a god emperor would only be able to make a high-grade god artifact develop a soul after becoming a god emperor. Moreover, this was a long process. If a lower god emperor wanted a half-soul high-grade god artifact, they could only obtain it through other means. For example, Elder Hong Yunxiao of the Seven Kills Valley, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan and Taiyi sect's emperor battle plane. Although he was only a lower god emperor, he was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact through other means. Duan Lingtian, after talking for so long, do you still not dare to accept it? Morchi Hong sneered when he saw that Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks but did not turn around. If you really don't dare to accept it, just admit it. He. So this is the so-called genius that Chunyang School purposely looked for outside. You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to boast. Fortunately, the Morchi clan didn't accept you. Morchi Hong's mocking smile was still on his face, but the disdain and contempt in his eyes were growing. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation as he turned around and looked at Morchi Hong coldly. Morchi Hong, you said you're willing to accept my bet. You even said you can lend me half of your profound ancestor's soul. Did he agree to this? If you lose and he says he didn't agree to it, who am I supposed to look for? At that time, it'll be useless even if I kill you. Duan Lingtian said disdainfully, in my opinion, you should discuss this with your profound ancestor for a few days. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you now. I agree to it. At this moment, Morchi Ju looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Duan Lingtian, sometimes, there's a price to pay for being so bold. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow to both of us today, we'll forgive you. Morchi Ju said. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian might not have the courage to continue the bet now that his great-great-grandson had taken out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That was why he had made such a harsh request. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian to continue the bet with his great-great-grandson. No matter what kind of divine elixir it was, even the Morchi family wouldn't be able to gather 100 pinnacle king-grade divine elixirs without decades or even centuries. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Impossible. Duan Lingtian rejected Morchi Hong's suggestion without any hesitation. His voice was cold as he said, so be it. At most, I'll give you 100 limited king-grade divine pills if I lose. To me, Duan Lingtian, refining limited king-grade divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be running out of breath. The people from the Morchi clan laughed when they saw Duan Lingtian's desperate reaction. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had been forced into the bet by the Morchi clan, 100 limited king-grade divine pills. We'll definitely win. This was what they thought. Elder Zhen. While the people from the Morchi clan were feeling smug, the people from the Chunyang school had ugly expressions on their faces. They thought Duan Lingtian would embarrass Chunyang school. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. Tell Elder Yu Chanlian to invite the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley to be the witness. If the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley can't make it, the other intermediate God Emperors from the Seven Kills Valley will do as well. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This brat was really ruthless. Was he worried that Morchi Ju would go back on his word? Chapter 3984. The trade fair in Tunglung province would be held in the Seven Kills Valley. Apart from the people from the Chunyang school and the Morchi clan, there were also people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect in the Seven Kills Valley. The Chunyang school, the Morchi clan, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, and the Seven Kills Valley were the 5 strongest forces in Tunglung province. Among them, the Morchi clan was a clan. As for the other 4 forces, the Chunyang school, the Seven Kills Valley, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect were sects. There was also the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance that was neither a sect nor a clan. As the name suggested, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was an alliance formed by a group of independent cultivators. However, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance's operations were not much different from those of sects. In terms of freedom, the other 4 forces could not be compared to the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I've just received news that the monstrous disciple of the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian, is going to have a duel with the prodigy of the Morchi clan, Morchi Hong, at the trade fair. The elder of the Seven Kills Valley, who was leading the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect to the trade fair, shared the news with the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect. For a moment, the people from the 2 forces were shocked. However, they were also curious. Why are the 2 of them dueling? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Morchi Hong, Both of them are the top prodigies of their respective forces. Mo Hong has always been the strongest person among the younger generation of the Mo clan. As for Duan Lingtian, I've also received news that he has become a medium-level god emperor. I don't think anyone among the younger generation of the Chunyang school is a match for him. A duel? What are they betting on? While the people from the two forces were still puzzled, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, who had led them to the trade fair, explained the situation to them. As it turned out, the instigator of this matter was Elder Zhen Pingfan from the Chunyang school. Zhen Pingfan slapped Mo Hong's face in front of the Mo family's gold seat Elder Mo Ju, infuriating both Mo Ju and Mo Hong. Moreover, the monstrous genius from the Pure Sun sect, Duan Lingtian, was not someone to be trifled with as well. He and Mo Hong were at loggerheads and refused to give in to each other. Duan Lingtian had used 100 limit king-grade divine pills as a wager for Mo Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon. Of course, although the half-soul high-grade divine artifact belonged to Mo Ju, the person who was going to bet with Duan Lingtian was not Mo Ju. It was Mo Ju's great-great-grandson, Mo Hong. If the two of them fought, Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain Wn Ju's high-grade half-soul divine artifact. If Mo Hong won, he would obtain 100 limit king-grade divine pills from Duan Lingtian. Are the people of the Mo family stupid? How can the value of a half-soul high-grade divine artifact be compared to a mere 100 top-grade divine pills? It's said that the Mo clan's people weren't willing at first. They wanted Duan Lingtian to take out 300 king-level divine pills, but Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to increase the price. He said that if the Mo clan didn't dare to take the bet, then they could just forget about it. Under such circumstances, the Mo family agreed to bet with the Duan Lingtian. I can understand the Mo clan's people. In their opinion, they will definitely win the bet. Every little bit counts. Mo Hong entered the high-level Divine Emperor realm 100 years ago, but Duan Lingtian just entered the medium Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. I'm afraid that their strength is not on the same level. That's right. Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 medium Divine Emperors when he was just a lower Divine Emperor, it's not like Mo Hong didn't have the strength to do so when he was just a lower Divine Emperor. I heard that when Mo Hong was just a lower Divine Emperor, he fought against 3 medium Divine Emperors from the Mo clan and won within 10 move. I just received news from the Mo clan. That Duan Lingtian didn't have the intention to bet with Mo Hong from the beginning. He just didn't show mercy. He thought that Mo Hong wouldn't be able to take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, so he had to give up the bet. He didn't expect Mo Hong's ancestor, Mo Ju, to have a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Since that's the case, there's no doubt about the result of this battle. When the people from the two forces arrived at the site of the trade meet, they saw that the people from the Chunyang school and the Mo clan had also arrived. Moreover, there were many people from the Seven Kills Valley present as well. Perhaps it was because the news had spread, but the number of people from the Seven Kills Valley was still increasing. Many people could be seen flying over from all directions. The trade meet that the Seven Kills Valley had prepared for the major forces was located in a wide and flat valley. There was a stone platform in the middle of the valley that occupied almost half of the valley. At this moment, many people were either standing on the stone platform or standing in the air above the stone platform. Elder Mochi, Elder Zhen. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, they gathered with the people from the Mo clan and the Chunyang school and greeted the people they knew. It did not take long for their gazes to fall on Mo Hong and Duan Lingtian. Mo Hong was someone they knew even without an introduction. This was because Mo Ju had brought his most beloved great-grandson to many occasions in the past. As for Duan Lingtian, although they had heard of him, this was the first time they had met him. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of your great name. It's our loss that you didn't join the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. The leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with a regretful expression. Elder Zhen, you were a little overbearing last time. You chased the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect back from the Tianlong clan. The leader of the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the Vice Sect Master, looked at Zhen Pingfan and complained. Duan Lingtian, At this moment, Mo Chi-hong looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a slightly impatient manner, "Now, can the battle between the two of us begin? Let's end it quickly. After I take your 100 peak king grade divine pills, I'm going to use them to exchange for something I want." Based on Mo Chi-hong's words, it was as though Duan Lingtian's 100 supreme king grade divine pills were already his. "Fut!" Duan Lingtian sneered. "Mo Chi-hong, you're really arrogant. We haven't even started, but you're already so sure that the 100 peak king grade divine pills are yours?" Just as Mo Chi-hong was about to argue with Duan Lingtian, a series of respectful greetings sounded from all directions, interrupting Mo Chi-hong who was about to speak. "Valley Master! Valley Master!" Waves of uproar rose and fell, coming from all around. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the voices. With a single glance, they saw a middle-aged man. A tall middle-aged man in a green robe with a face as clear as jade and a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows walked through the air while escorted by two sage-like old men. Behind them were shrouded by 7-colored auspicious clouds, making them seem like gods that had descended to the world. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man in green brought the two men behind him to Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, the leaders of the Chunyang school, the Mochi family, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, including Zhen Pingfan and Mochi Ju, stepped forward and greeted the middle-aged man in green. "Martial Uncle Wei. Valley Master Wei." The middle-aged man in green was the current Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, Wei Chun Dao. Wei Chun Dao was a very tacky name, but this name represented the current supreme power of the Seven Kills Valley. Moreover, it was said that Wei Chun Dao's strength was only second to one of the ancestors of the Seven Kills Valley. He was one of the two strongest people in the Seven Kills Valley. After Wei Chun Dao greeted everyone, he smiled and said, "I heard that the two little friends from the Pure Sun sect and the Mochi clan are going to have a gambling fight at the site of the trade fair to open the fair. Moreover, the stakes are a little high. Why don't we change the stakes so that we won't hurt each other?" Wei Chun Dao asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Mo Chi-hong. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Mo Chi-hong said indifferently, "Valley Master Wei, I don't have any objections to your words. However, someone said that if I don't take out a half-soul prominent divine artifact, he won't fight with me. And if I were to offer a high-grade half-soul god artifact, he wouldn't be able to lower his wager any further." Mo Chi-hong pushed the blame to Duan Lingtian. It was as if it was not him who did not give face to Valley Master Wei, but Duan Lingtian who did not give face to Valley Master Wei. For a moment, Wei Chun Dao looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning behind Mo Chi-hong's words. He said lazily, "If you don't take out a half-soul prominent divine artifact, I won't make a move. However, if you want to go back on your word, I don't have any objections." Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but his eyes kept darting around. In the eyes of the Mochi family, it looked more like he was trying to suppress the panic in his heart. They were even more confident about this. "That's it then. There's no need to change the stakes," Mo Chi-hong said. "As for going back on our word, it's impossible for us to go back on our word. It'll be a waste if we don't take 100 peak king grade divine pills that have been delivered to our doorstep." Mo Chi-hong sneered. When Wei Chun Dao saw this, he knew that this matter was impossible. "If that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. However, this gambling fight will be held in the Seven Kills Valley after all. How about we stop when it's appropriate? After all, it'll be a great loss to the Chunyang school and the Mochi family if either of them dies," Wei Chun Dao said again. "That's right. Stop when it's appropriate, regardless of life or death." As soon as Wei Chun Dao opened his mouth, Zhen Pingfan was the first to speak. It was as if he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Mo Chi-hong. When everyone's eyes swept over, he immediately said awkwardly, "I agree with Martial Uncle Wei. The Chunyang school and the Mochi family can't afford the loss of either of them. Stop when it's appropriate." Duan Lingtian also said. "Ha ha." Mo Chi-hong laughed. Mo Chi-hong laughed. "Duan Lingtian, I thought you're not afraid of anything, but I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I'm afraid that if you die, Elder Morchi Ju won't be able to bear the double blow of losing you and the half-soul prominent divine artifact. Chapter 3985. You're still so stubborn even at a time like this. Duan Lingtian's words caused Morchi Hong's aura to stagnate for a moment before he sneered. His eyes were filled with madness as he said, Duan Lingtian, you better be careful. Even if I don't overdo it, you might still be severely injured. Morchi Hong had already made up his mind. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he wanted to severely injure Duan Lingtian before Zhen Pingfan and the others could react and rescue Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Junior Uncle Wei. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan looked at Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, and said, why don't you preside over their battle? Sure. Wei Chun Dao nodded to indicate he had no objections. He was the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. It was best for him to preside over the battle. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Morchi Hong and said indifferently, Morchi Hong, since Valley Master Wei will be the one to preside over the battle between us, let's hand our stakes over to Valley Master Wei before the battle begins. Only then will I feel at ease. Of course, if your side can't take out the stakes, there's no need for this battle to continue. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flickered continuously. In the eyes of the Morchi clan, it seemed as though he was feeling uneasy as he tried his best to disrupt the battle. Morchi Hong felt the same way as well. Duan Lingtian, you're still trying to struggle at a time like this. Morchi Hong sneered as he looked at Morchi Ju. Before Morchi Hong could speak, Morchi Ju had already raised his hand. Black mist swirled around his hand before it transformed into a 7-foot-long spear. The body of the spear and the tip of the spear were completely black. There was nothing special about it, but the aura it emitted was oppressive. This was the half-soul prominent grade divine weapon that Morchi Ju, the Golden Seat Elder of the Morchi clan, always carried with him. It was the Black Jade Spear of the Hidden Dragon. Is this Elder Morchi Ju's Black Jade Hidden Dragon Spear? When Morchi Ju took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, many of the Seven Kills Valley's elders who had rushed over to join in the fun let out similar cries of surprise. Elder Morchi Ju's Hidden Dragon Black Jade Spear is worth 100 Limit King grade divine pills? If this were to spread, it would be big news. Elder Morchi Ju, aren't you worried that his Black Jade Spear will lose? He must have taken it out because he thought that he would definitely win. More and more people from the Seven Kills Valley gathered around, and some of them even looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, but would Duan Lingtian turn the tables and win in the end? Of course, there were only a few people who thought this way. They even felt that Duan Lingtian's chances of winning were very small, or even close to none. If they were asked to bet on Duan Lingtian to win now, they would not take the risk. Martial Uncle. At this moment, an old man from the Morchi clan spoke up. Just as Morchi Ju was about to pass the spear to Wei Chun Dao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, he said, why don't we just forget about it? It's just a child's quarrel. There's no need to use your half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager. The old man said in a deep voice before he continued, it'll be fine if he wins, but if he loses, he did not finish his sentence. However, this caused many people from the Morchi clan to calm down. That was right. They all felt that they would definitely win. However, what if they lost? What would they do if they lost? If they lost, the Golden Seat Elder of the Morchi clan would lose his half-soul high-grade divine artifact. At that time, his strength would be greatly reduced. This would not only be a loss to the Golden Seat Elder, but it would also be a loss to the Morchi clan. When Morchi Ju heard the advice, he stopped moving. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, that's right, Elder Morchi Ju. Why don't we just forget about it? Today, I'll definitely win against Morchi Hong. I'm afraid it's not easy for your half-soul high-grade divine artifact to reach this stage. There's really no need to use it on a good-for-nothing great-grandson like you. Elder Morchi Ju, if you want to go back on your word, I, Duan Lingtian, won't have any objections. I'm sure your great-grandson, Morchi Hong, won't dare to have any objections as well. Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly. However, I'll say this first. If you don't have half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, I won't even bother to fight with Morchi Hong. Let's just forget about this wager. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. It was as though he was a completely different person. He was much more excited now. Morchi Hong's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Even if he felt that he would definitely win, he could not force the great ancestor to do anything. He could only let the great ancestor make the decision. Naturally, if he could, he wanted to promise that he would not lose. If he lost, he would do whatever he wanted. At the same time, two other high-ranking officials from the Morchi clan spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. They felt that there was no need for him to risk his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for the sake of a junior. That's right, Senior Uncle Morchi. Why don't we just forget about it? At this moment, Zhen Pingfan also spoke up. In the beginning, he did not want to speak up. After all, if Duan Lingtian lost his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he would be the one to take it. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he understood Duan Lingtian's intention. For this reason, he quickly spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, you'd better not admit defeat. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your great-grandson. Your great-grandson had entered the high-level Divine Emperor realm 100 years ago. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian from our Chunyang school had only entered the Zhongwei Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. Elder Morchi, let's just forget about it. At this moment, Elder Yi Tong from the Chunyang school's Hidden Sword faction also spoke up. Duan Lingtian did not send him a voice transmission. Instead, he spoke according to his own thoughts. This was because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Instead of embarrassing himself by giving up 100 king-grade divine pills, he might as well just forget about it. When Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, saw the group of people trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian, he retracted his hand that was about to take the divine spear from Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Morchi, why don't we just forget about it? Wei Chundao asked. Many of the onlookers felt that Duan Lingtian would most likely give up after so many people tried to dissuade him. They were disappointed that they would not be able to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian fight. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He threw the long spear in his hand to Wei Chundao and said loudly, I believe in my great-grandson. When Duan Lingtian saw this and heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian immediately expressed his stance. Rest assured, great ancestor. I will not let you down. He was really worried that his great ancestor would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact was in Wei Chundao's hands. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. Duan Lingtian, now that my stake is in Valley Master Wei's hands, it's your turn to take out your stake. 100 limit king-grade divine pills. Don't tell me you can't take out that much. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression changed a few times. The smile on his face disappeared. After frowning, he said coldly, of course I can take them out. Then, in front of everyone, he took out many pill bottles. After fiddling with them for a while, he placed the 100 limit king-grade divine pills in an unused spatial ring and handed it to Wei Chundao. Valley Master Wei, I'll have to trouble you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. However, he was very excited in his heart. It's done, Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your improvisation. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with excitement. If it were me, it would be very difficult for me to do this. Earlier, Wen Qiju's hesitation made Zhen Pingfan feel that if he was the only one who had provoked him, Wen Qiju might not have dared to take out his high soul artifact. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance and his improvisation, Wen Qiju was certain that Duan Lingtian was no match for his great-great-grandson, Wen Qi Hong. Fortunately, Zhen Pingfan had never been to Earth in the mundane realm. Otherwise, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was an award-winning actor. Elder Zhen, it's too early to be happy. Although Duan Lingtian was happy, he did not lose his rationality. We don't know if Wn Chi Hong has any tricks up his sleeve. If he doesn't, it won't be difficult for me to defeat him. However, if he does, it won't be easy to defeat him, Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the difference between the divine energy of a high-level celestial emperor and a medium celestial emperor. He knew it would not be easy for him to close the gap between them. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Wn Chi Hong's comprehension of the law was not weaker than his comprehension of the law of space. Wn Chi Hong's reputation as the #1 genius of the Morchi clan was not undeserved. We'll just have to do our best. At the very least, we'll have to end the match in a draw. Let's not waste time, Zhen Pingfan said. After a while, Wei Chundao, the valley master of the Seven Kills Valley, beckoned the crowd to retreat to a safe distance, leaving only him and Duan Lingtian in the middle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Wn Chi Hong rose into the air and faced each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air at this moment. A great battle was about to break out. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Yunfeng progeny on Yunfeng Island in Chunyang School, was stunned when he learned about the wager Duan Lingtian had taken out from his son, Zhen Pingfan. After a while, he could not help but mutter, "Is Wan Chi crazy? He's betting his half-soul prominent divine artifact for 100 peak king-grade divine pills? He won't go back on his word, right? This won't do. I have to make a trip there myself." When they return from the Seven Kills Valley, Wn Chi might shamelessly make a move to snatch back his half-soul prominent divine artifact. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and left Chunyang School at his fastest speed to head to the Seven Kills Valley. Chapter 3986. In the Seven Kills Valley. At the site of the trade fair, two young men stood facing each other in the air above the huge stone platform in the vast valley. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Morchi Hong. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you didn't expect this battle to actually happen, right? Morchi Hong sneered. Although you look calm on the surface, your heart is filled with regret, right? Even if you can refine 100 peak king-grade divine pills, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of time on it. Unfortunately, your hard work and the 100 peak king-grade divine pills are all mine now. Morchi Hong's tone was filled with confidence. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a defeated opponent. Heh! Duan Lingtian chuckled in the face of Morchi Hong's confidence. My 100 peak king-grade divine pills aren't that easy to obtain. You should think about how you're going to explain to your ancestor Xian Zhu if you lose his sole prominent divine weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. His expression was calm as he stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as though he was the only one in the world who could do it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's confidence was not inferior to Morchi Hong's at all. Many people turned to look at him. Why is Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School so confident? Is he really confident? If he really wins, I'm afraid the Morchi clan is going to vomit blood. I'm afraid it won't be just that, right? At this moment, the people who were whispering among themselves were the people from the Seven Kills Valley who came to watch the show. There were also people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. The Pure Sun sect and the Morchi family, who were the two parties involved, were staring at the two figures in the middle of the square. The people from Chunyang School were fine. Even if they felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning, they didn't think much of it. After all, Duan Lingtian had only lost 100 king-grade divine pills. Of course, there were still some people who were worried about Duan Lingtian. This did not include Lan Shalin of the Righteous Light faction. Right now, Lan Shalin couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated. This idiot, Does he really think that he can defeat opponents of a higher realm just because he killed 2 middle-level god emperors when he was just a low-level god emperor? Can the 2 pieces of trash he defeated be compared to Mo Chi-hong? It's just as Mo Chi-hong said. If it was him, he would be able to kill 2 ordinary medium divine emperors while he was still a low divine emperor. We'll be able to see his embarrassed face in a moment. Now, you're actually still holding on. What a joke. Lan Shalin didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. As a young genius from Chunyang School, he knew how terrifying Mo Chi-hong from the Mo Chi family was. Among the younger generation in Tunglung province, he felt that no one could be compared to Mo Chi-hong. This included Duan Lingtian. Of course, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, he still felt a little unhappy. Based on Duan Lingtian's age, under normal circumstances, at Mo Chi-hong's current age, he would only be stronger than Mo Chi-hong. This Duan Lingtian, at this moment, Mo Chi-ju, who was standing at the front of the group of people from the Mo Chi family, glanced at Duan Lingtian, and his expression became slightly solemn. He had seen the changes in Duan Lingtian's condition from the beginning to the end. It was precisely because of this that he had taken the risk to take out his half-soul high-grade divine weapon as a wager for the battle between his great-grandson, Mo Chi-hong, and Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's condition gave him an ominous feeling. Impossible. He has just become a medium god emperor 2 years ago. How can he be compared to Hong-er? Mo Chi-ju took a deep breath inwardly. However, his expression was as calm as an ancient well without any ripples. At the same time, Mo Chi-hong was the first to make his move. Duan Lingtian, let's cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. At the same time, lightning flashed on Mo Chi-hong's body. He was shrouded in lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. When he was halfway to Duan Lingtian, the lightning around him surged into the 7-foot-long spear that suddenly appeared in his hand, causing the long spear to be shrouded in a dragon-shaped lightning. Mo Chi-hong was an expert in the law of lightning. Moreover, his attainment in the law of lightning was not low. As soon as he made his move, he gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. However, although his divine power was strong, Duan Lingtian could feel the gap between him and the high-level divine emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. The gap was not small. It was just like what Zhen Pingfan had told him earlier. The law of lightning that Mo Chi-hong had displayed had also shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. He was probably stronger than the Black Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. In the past, before Duan Lingtian left the Tianlong clan, he had thought that his comprehension of the law of space was better than most of the White Dragon elders and could even be compared to some of the Black Dragon elders. Now, many years had passed. While he had improved his cultivation, he had not neglected the law of space. Because of this, his comprehension of the law of space was much stronger than before. However, even so, it was not much different from Mo Chi-hong's. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity to dodge the bolt of lightning that descended from the long spear in Mo Chi-hong's hand. The remaining afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the explosive energy spread out in all directions. It seemed as though the sky had turned sluggish for a moment. At the same time, shock waves spread out from the explosion. However, in the blink of an eye, the Valley Master of the 7 Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, annihilated them. It did not affect the onlookers at all. Boom! Rumble! After Duan Lingtian teleported away, Mo Chi-hong was not discouraged by the fact that his attack had missed. In fact, he did not seem surprised at all. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the lightning and flew toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how many times you can teleport away from me. Currently, Mo Chi-hong was surrounded by lightning energy. The purple-black long spear in his hand was infused with divine power and lightning energy. It seemed to have transformed into a long spear made of lightning. The long spear was a high-grade divine artifact. Moreover, it was made of excellent materials. In the future, when Mo Chi-hong became a Middle Emperor god, it would be twice the result with half the effort if he wanted to use it to nurture an artifact soul. Naturally, it was given to him by his ancestor Mo Chi-ju. Although the power of an ordinary high-grade divine artifact was similar in battle, the difference in materials would affect the speed of nurturing an artifact soul. However, in the hands of someone below a middle emperor god, such a divine artifact was not much different from other high-grade divine artifacts. Is this all you've got? At this time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to teleport away. Facing Mo Chi Hong, who was charging toward him again, he was already prepared. In a flash, his body split into two. The original body and the doppelganger of the law of space separated. Then, a high-grade divine sword appeared in each of their hands. Of course, there was no 7 orifices exquisite sword. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword should not see the light of day. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space attacked at the same time. 2 against 1, they met Mo Chi Hong head-on. The spatial sword light and the lightning spear light intertwined and flashed. Waves of terrifying power crashed into each other. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. The current Duan Lingtian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space were evenly matched with Mo Chi Hong, even if his divine power was 1 level lower than Mo Chi Hong's. After all, Mo Chi Hong had just become a high divine emperor 100 years ago and had not consolidated his cultivation. In fact, Duan Lingtian, who had just become a middle divine emperor for 2 years, had not consolidated his cultivation yet. The current Duan Lingtian's consolidation of cultivation as a middle divine emperor far surpassed Mo Chi Hong's consolidation of cultivation as a high divine emperor. Under such circumstances, the gap between them was not as big as the gap between an ordinary middle divine emperor and an ordinary high divine emperor. This was naturally noticed by the crowd of god emperors who were watching. In fact, many high divine emperors had also noticed this. Did Duan Lingtian really just become a middle divine emperor 2 years ago? This level of consolidation. It feels like he has been tempering and consolidating his cultivation for at least a few decades to 100 years, right? If he really used 2 years to consolidate his cultivation to this level, he definitely deserves to be called a monster. In this aspect, Mo Chi Hong is not as good as him. The people who had come to watch the show were the people from the 7 Kills Valley, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. Although the people from the Chunyang School and the Mo Chi family did not say anything, they were communicating through sound transmission. Duan Lingtian's performance had not only shocked the people from the Mo Chi family, but also the people from the Chunyang School, because they knew that Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the middle divine emperor realm 2 years ago. There was no mistake about this. They had obtained first-hand information. However, the people from the Mo Chi family did not think so. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have only broken through to the middle divine emperor realm 2 years ago. Damn it! Is this fake news? Could it be that the people from the Chunyang School deliberately leaked fake news to get the old ancestors' high soul divine weapon? I don't think so. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian has consolidated his cultivation as a middle divine emperor, there's still a huge gap between his cultivation and Mo Chi Hong's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has already used his clone from the law of space, but Mo Chi Hong hasn't even used his bloodline energy yet. If Duan Lingtian only has this much strength, he'll definitely lose. Do you think he still has some tricks up his sleeve? It's said that he has comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao. It was as if they were setting off the sound transmissions of the Mo Chi family's members. The originally evenly matched scene in the field instantly tilted like the scales were tilted. It was Duan Lingtian's side. The divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shone brightly as it emitted a sharp aura. It merged with the spatial storm and displayed an even stronger strength. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's main body and his clone from the law of space worked together to gain the upper hand. As expected, it's the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Mo Chi Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. That's all Duan Lingtian's strength has to be. Chapter 3987. The fact that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the embryonic form of the sword principle was no secret in Tunglung province. In fact, many people had seen the floating image pearl where Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level god emperors in the Tianlong clan, including Mo Chi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Mo Chi family. Duan Lingtian did not dare to use the Tao of Control because there was a group of God Emperor experts present. However, his current mastery of the law of space was much better than before. It was no longer any weaker than when he used the Tao of Control to display the law of space. Therefore, Mo Qiju did not think much of it. He only thought that Duan Lingtian had neglected his comprehension of the law of space because he had been focusing on breaking through to the mid-level God Emperor realm for the past few decades. He would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the Tao of Control, another of the four Taos of heaven and earth. The image recorded by the floating image pearl was only an image after all. Even a God Emperor expert would not be able to see that Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of Control through the floating image pearl. Unless they were there. Now, if Duan Lingtian used the Tao of Control, a God Emperor expert would definitely be able to see through it. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Tao of Control in the battle against Mo Qihong. It would be too high profile, and he wanted to keep some trump cards hidden. Being too high profile was not a good thing for him. Based on his current performance, he was already second to none among the younger generation in Tunglung province. If he were to be too high profile, he would be going too far. Moreover, before this, no one in the Tunglung province knew that he had mastered the Tao of Control, including the embryonic form of the Tao of Control. Not even 3,000 years old. His talent is not bad. Although Mo Qiju felt that Duan Lingtian had no hope of defeating his great-grandson, he could not help but sigh when he thought of Duan Lingtian's current age. In fact, decades ago, he had planned to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It was to the extent that the people sent by the Mochi clan to invite Duan Lingtian into the Mochi clan were from his branch. At first, because Duan Lingtian did not intend to leave the Qianlong clan, he was politely rejected. For the last time, Zhen Pingfan from Chunyang School came to the Qianlong clan and drove his people away from the Qianlong clan. If he's given some more time, he might really be able to catch up to Hong Er. Mo Qiju thought to himself. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in the depths of Mo Qiju's eyes when he recalled that Duan Lingtian was now a student of Chunyang School and not a member of the Mochi family. If there's a chance to get rid of him, it's better to do so. Although the relationship between Chunyang School and the Mochi clan isn't bad, once he matures in Chunyang School, he'll be a huge threat to the Mochi clan. It's best to get rid of him since he's from a Devata realm and has no background. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Mo Qiju's eyes. At this moment, Mo Qiju was not the only one with killing intent. Some of the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect had similar killing intent in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent in their eyes was not only directed at Duan Lingtian, but it was also directed at Mo Qihong. They did not want a genius like Duan Lingtian to appear in Chunyang School. Naturally, they did not want a genius like Mo Qihong to appear in the Mochi clan as well. The two young men in front of them made the other young geniuses pale in comparison. They casually glanced at the young geniuses they had brought with them and saw the shock in their eyes. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Mo Qihong's strength. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong. When Lan Shalin from the Pure Sun sect saw Duan Lingtian gaining the upper hand, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Previously, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not have a clear idea of how strong Duan Lingtian was. Although he had seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian killing two intermediate divine emperors when he was only a lesser divine emperor, he did not see it for himself. However, at this moment, Lan Shalin was completely shocked when he saw the battle between Duan Lingtian and Mo Qihong. A brat who was not even 3,000 years old was actually so strong. Even if Mo Qihong hadn't activated the power of his bloodline and used the power granted by his bloodline, it was still shocking to see him suppressed to such an extent. After all, Mo Qihong was twice as old as Lan Shalin. How strong would Duan Lingtian be when he reaches Mo Qihong's age? At this moment, Lan Shalin's heart was filled with despair. Even his hatred for Duan Lingtian began to waver. In the past, he did not take his great-grandfather's advice seriously. However, at this moment, when he thought of it again, he deeply realized his great-grandfather's good intentions. Forget it. I won't argue with him. In the future, he will walk his own path, and I will cross my bridge. At this moment, Lan Shalin completely gave up on taking revenge on Duan Lingtian. "Mo Chi Hong, if this is all you have, I'm afraid you will lose your ancestors' half-soul high-grade divine artifact." Duan Lingtian's original body and doppelganger joined forces and gained the upper hand. He was incomparably valiant. On the other hand, Mo Chi Hong was retreating. Mo Chi Hong snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, I just wanted to see how strong you are. I have to say, your strength is indeed surprising. In Tunglung province, apart from me, there might not be a second person under the age of 10,000 who is a match for him. Unfortunately, you met me, Mo Chi Hong. Today, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose." As soon as Mo Chi Hong's voice fell, his body suddenly shook before he turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as the blood mist in his body surged into the sky. Then, it merged with the lightning energy around him and transformed into a lightning phantom that was surrounded by blood mist. The phantom held a spear in its hand. "Duan Lingtian, my bloodline fighting soul is not weaker than your doppelganger," Mo Chi Hong shouted in a low voice before his body swayed again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The lightning phantom above his head charged toward Duan Lingtian as well. The enlarged spear in the lightning phantom's hand vibrated as it charged toward Duan Lingtian's doppelganger. In fact, if he did not use his doppelganger, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Mo Chi Hong even if he used the fledgling form of Sword Principle. It was precisely because of the doppelganger's existence that he was able to suppress Mo Chi Hong when he joined forces with his original body. Their comprehension of the laws was similar, so Duan Lingtian did not have an advantage in this aspect. In terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was slightly inferior. It was precisely because of the advantage of the law doppelganger and the fledgling form of Sword Principle that he was able to catch up to Mo Chi Hong in terms of cultivation and even slightly suppress Mo Chi Hong. However, after Mo Chi Hong activated his bloodline power, the situation of the battle reversed in an instant. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was barely able to fight Mo Chi Hong to a draw. However, after a few moments, the same thing happened again. This time, the one who was at a disadvantage was not Mo Chi Hong, but Duan Lingtian. Mo Chi Hong has activated his bloodline power. His bloodline power is a bloodline battle soul. It's called the Battle Soul Bloodline. This Battle Soul Bloodline is an inherited bloodline unique to the direct descendants of the Mo Chi clan, the Battle Soul Bloodline. When the power of one's bloodline is fused with one's divine energy and laws, it'll form a battle soul to assist in battle. Its strength is not inferior to the law clones formed by the laws of the Devata realms. When Mo Chi Hong activated his bloodline power and revealed his Battle Soul Bloodline, many people in the surroundings recognized it as the Battle Soul Bloodline of the Mo Chi clan. Initially, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand because Mo Chi Hong did not activate his bloodline power. However, now that the Battle Soul Bloodline has appeared, Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Although Duan Lingtian is going to lose this battle, it's still an honorable loss. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. Indeed. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is several times more outstanding than Mo Chi Hong. However, it's a pity that he lost those 100 Supreme King Grade Divine Pills. If you didn't mention the Supreme King Grade Divine Pills, I would have forgotten about them. I really don't understand why Duan Lingtian would spend so much effort on the Divine Pill Dao. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, if he didn't study the Divine Pill Dao and focused on his cultivation instead, he might be able to defeat Mo Chi Hong today. It's him, his path has gone astray. However, even if his path has gone astray, looking at the history of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, from ancient times till now, I'm afraid no one has been more outstanding than him in terms of achievements at his aid. Although most people thought Duan Lingtian was going to lose, they were still shocked by the strength he had displayed. What made them even more shocked was that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Such a young man was also an expert in the Tao of divine pellets, capable of concocting the Limit King Grade Divine Pellet, the kind of divine pellet that only the best of the best in the East Mountain Prefecture could concoct. In terms of Divine Pill Dao, This young man had already caught up with the divine pill masters who stood at the top of Tunglung province. He's a genius. If I knew he's so monstrous, I would have personally invited him to join the martial dragon heavenly sect. That fellow, Zhen Pingfan, has taken advantage of him. While the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the martial dragon heavenly sect were sighing, Yi Tong, the hidden sword progeny's elder from Chunyang School, could not help but look at Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to lose. Junior brother Zhen, look at you. Why do I feel like you're not worried that Duan Lingtian will be defeated by Mo Hong? You're the one who started the conflict with the Mo clan. This time, Duan Lingtian lost 100 Supreme King-grade divine pills. Logically speaking, you should be responsible for half of the loss. At this moment, Yi Tong was already thinking about helping Duan Lingtian share the loss of the bet. He knew that his master valued Duan Lingtian very much. Senior brother Yi. Zhen Pingfan said through voice transmission with a smile, do you really want Duan Lingtian to lose that badly? Achem. Yi Tong's expression froze when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. At the same time, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Swoosh. The crisp sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. It was so piercing that even Yi Tong, a lesser god emperor, felt his eardrums tremble. Chapter 3988. The moment the sword was drawn, the world turned cold. The sudden sword howl caused the originally noisy scene to fall into a deathly silence. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's space law avatar, who was originally suppressed by Mo Hong's fighting soul, suddenly changed his situation. The sword essence on his body seemed to have merged with the high-grade divine sword in his hand. Then, with a whistling sound, the space law avatar slashed out and instantly defeated the originally awe-inspiring fighting soul. The avatar, who was being suppressed a moment ago, instantly turned the situation around when the sword whistled out. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. The fighting soul bloodline, as its name implied, was a bloodline that could condense a fighting soul. However, condensing a fighting soul required overdraft of the bloodline power. Even if the bloodline power was at its peak, it could only condense a maximum of 3 fighting souls under the condition that the fighting soul did not consume too much bloodline power. However, the consumption of Mo Hong's bloodline power was much greater than he had imagined. What's going on? Mo Hong was slightly stunned when his fighting soul was suddenly defeated. He even gave up the advantage of his original body and quickly stepped on the lightning to distance himself from Duan Lingtian. Then, another fighting soul appeared above his head. Although this fighting spirit did not appear to be any different from the previous one, if one were to look closely and use one's spiritual consciousness to approach it, it was not difficult to discover that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, Duan Lingtian did not allow Mo Hong to increase the distance between them. Then, a sword ray, which was a fusion of divine power and space energy, flashed under the feet of Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar. Simultaneously, 2 sword whistles that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth resounded. After Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar appeared not far away from Mo Hong, the sword ray under their feet carrying them quickly charged toward Mo Hong. I'll kill you while you're sick. How could Duan Lingtian, who was fighting fiercely with Mo Hong's fighting soul, not notice that Mo Hong's fighting soul was strong on the outside but weak on the inside? In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian, Mo Hong did not have time to think about what had just happened. Since it was already difficult for him to dodge, he chose to face Duan Lingtian head-on. Boom! Rumble! Deafening thunderclaps filled the void as Duan Lingtian wielded his spear and attacked Duan Lingtian. The battle soul above his head also wielded its spear and attacked Duan Lingtian's law clone. Looks like that's all you have. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke in a slightly lazy tone. After that, before Mo Hong and the others could react, Duan Lingtian's true body and his law avatar drew their swords in unison. 2 rays of sword light flickered from the high-grade divine swords, and they carried sword intent that shot into the sky. The sword will soared into the sky, as if cold air was spreading in all directions. Even the Valley Master of Seven Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, seemed to be unable to stop this cold air. For a moment, the onlookers only felt a bone-chilling coldness from head to toe. No, to be precise, it was sword intent. In the next instant, before the onlookers could recover from their shock, they saw Duan Lingtian's law clone. Once again, Duan Lingtian's law clone wielded his sword and instantly killed Mo Chi Hong's battle soul. After that, Duan Lingtian's true body also annihilated the dragon-shaped spear radiance on Mo Chi Hong's spear with his sword. Then, he flicked the spear away before killing Mo Chi Hong with his sword. Stop! Mo Chi Ju regained his senses and shouted with his eyes wide open. However, with his current distance, it was still too late. However, Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of Seven Kills Valley, was able to make his move in time. However, just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to have noticed something and stopped in his tracks. In the next instant, a loud bang was heard. Duan Lingtian had turned the sword in his hand at the critical moment. The sword blade turned into a sword body and landed on Mo Chi Hong's chest. Mo Chi Hong was sent flying. Along the way, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he was in a sorry state. In the end, he barely managed to stop himself. When Mo Chi Hong, who was on the verge of collapsing, looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of technique is that? How did it increase your strength to such an extent? Originally, he had already used all his techniques and had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Victory was only a matter of time. However, he did not expect that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand would display a strange force that suppressed him. Not only did it destroy his battle soul, but it also planted a seed in him. At this moment, he was already extremely lucky to be able to stand. His internal organs were shattered, and it would be difficult for him to recover without a period of time to recuperate. Ancestor Xian's half-soul high-grade divine weapon, Mo Chi Hong's face turned pale when he thought about the bet this time. He gritted his teeth and wanted to force himself to charge at Duan Lingtian again. However, he discovered that he had only moved a short distance when his vision turned black. Mo Chi Hong fell to the ground as he charged at Duan Lingtian again in front of a group of people. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Mo Chi Ju appeared where his great-great-grandson, Mo Chi Hong, fell to the ground. He held Mo Chi Hong up, but his expression was as ugly as it could be. He had lost. He had actually lost. Before this, he had never thought that he would lose. That was until Duan Lingtian displayed such a technique. Duan Lingtian, you're good, very good. Mo Chi Ju, who was supporting the unconscious Mo Chi Hong, turned around and coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You've been hiding the fact that you've comprehended the sword principle because you want to seize my half-soul high-grade divine weapon, right? I'll remember this. As soon as Mo Chi Hong finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Mo Chi Hong. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan stepped forward. Martial Uncle Mo Chi, this matter has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. It was my idea. Once your half-soul high-grade divine weapon is in Duan Lingtian's hands, it will immediately be transferred to me. I'd like to thank Martial Uncle Mo Chi for his generosity. Zhen Pingfan grinned brilliantly. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Mo Chi Ju finally recalled that it was not Duan Lingtian who had acted presumptuously and stirred up trouble. It was Zhen Pingfan who had stirred up trouble first. For a time, Mo Chi Ju took a deep breath before he turned around and glanced deeply at Zhen Pingfan, and then he left silently. Duan Lingtian had not forcefully seized his half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not possess the strength to do so. The other party had taken his half-soul high-grade divine artifact in broad daylight. However, Mo Chi Ju would still remember this grudge. At this moment, if he still could not figure out that Zhen Pingfan and Duan Lingtian had teamed up to cheat him out of his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he would have lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian. Although Mo Chi Ju now knew that Zhen Pingfan was the instigator, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off the hook. If he had the chance, he would make a move decisively and kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. As for Zhen Pingfan, It would not be easy to kill him. Even now, Zhen Pingfan possessed a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Although it would not be difficult for Mo Qiju to defeat Zhen Pingfan, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Zhen Pingfan. Defeating a person and killing a person were two different concepts. Zhen Pingfan had a celestial the Arch spaceship. Unless Mo Qiju could kill Zhen Pingfan with a single blow, it would be almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan once he boarded the spaceship. He was only a mid-level celestial the Arch, and the celestial the Arch spaceship's fastest speed was comparable to a high-level celestial Theater's. Even if it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary high-level celestial the Arch, it was still not something he could compare to. Unless he became a high-level celestial the Arch, he would not be able to catch up with the celestial the Arch spaceship. Of course, as the Golden Seat Elder of the Morchi family, Mo Qiju also had his own celestial the Arch spaceship. However, so what? At most, he could maintain a speed comparable to Zhen Pingfan's spaceship. It was almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan. He even targeted me. Does he think that I am easy to bully? When Duan Lingtian saw that Mo Qiju had not targeted Zhen Pingfan before he left and had even glanced at him with killing intent, he could not help but smirk. Elder Zhan had made it very clear that he would take responsibility for everything. However, it seemed like Mo Qiju liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. Of course, even if he felt pressured, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. As long as he did not give Mo Qiju the chance to attack him, it would not be easy for Mo Qiju to kill him. He was usually in Chunyang School, so he was not worried about Mo Qiju killing him. As for leaving Chunyang School for the Seven Prefectures banquet, he would definitely be accompanied by several celestial the Arch gods from Chunyang School. If Mo Qiju dared to kill him at that time, he would be seeking his own death. I should reduce the number of people who go out. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian reminded himself that after returning to Chunyang School, he should not go out unless necessary. Even if he went out, he had to be accompanied by a celestial the Arch god. For example, Zhen Pingfan. Although Zhen Pingfan's cultivation was not as high as Mo Qiju's, when he returned and refined Mo Qiju's half-soul high-grade divine weapon into his own, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, Mo Qiju, who had lost his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, might not be able to threaten Zhen Pingfan. After all, Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person below a celestial the Arch god in Chunyang School. In the past few decades, he had heard from many people in the Pure Sun sect's Yun Peak that no one below the level of a middle god emperor in the entire Eastern Ridge Prefecture dared to claim that they could defeat Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, just ignore him. Zhen Pingfan saw Duan Lingtian staring blankly at Mo Qiju's back. He seemed to have guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Just don't go out by yourself in the future. If you have to go out, just let me know. You've done me a great favor this time. Obtaining a half-soul high-grade divine weapon in advance will be of great help to my future cultivation. At the very least, I won't have to spend time and effort to refine a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan was clearly in a good mood. At the same time, the people from the Morchi clan left with ugly expressions on their faces. The trade fair would last for more than a day. Most of them were not in the mood to stay and trade with others. Even if some of them were not affected by the trade fair, it would not be good for them to stay when they saw that the others had left. Of course, as they left, they communicated with each other through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian has comprehended the Sword Dao. It's not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao. The Sword Dao is too terrifying. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.